Where it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Well, good morning, everybody. Happy Saturday. We are back to cover the trial of the state of Tennessee versus Megan Boswell. We are on day 4, and we are starting the day a little later just so that we have the ability to fast forward and do all the things. But thanks, guys, for being here. Good morning. Well, at least good morning for me. So, yeah, it's only 8:36 here. Hi, Legal Lacey. I saw your comment up here. You guys are still trying to find a date. It's so funny. You guys are funny. Trying to find a date still. Hi, Kathy. What's up, Shaz? Hi, Sleuthy. Happy birthday party to the big guy. Hi, Anja. Hi, Indiana girl. Hi, what's up, Dina? Hi, Snappy. Hi, Tia. What's up, Susie Keo? So Tennessee, it's 11:36 there, but yeah. Thanks for getting. Yeah, I know you guys are so welcome, Post Punk Mama. Yeah, my day to sleep in. I only did because I got to get up at freaking 5 to 4:30, 5 o'clock tomorrow to drive an hour and a half for Kaylee to go compete. But I mean, I love watching her compete. So, but still, I'm just like, every day. All right, let's get this party started. Happy birthday to Small Goosey. It's not quite his birthday yet, but it's his birthday party day. All right, let's see. Ursa's out patrolling, and you guys will hear her making sure I'm safe. You were up until 3:30? Why? Don't do that. I wanted to go to bed early last night, and then my husband was like, no, let's watch something. Let's, do something together, whatever. And I'm like, okay, fine. So we ended up watching, what the hell was it called? Oh my gosh. Why can't I think? It was a Netflix with Jason Bateman. Why the hell can't I think of what it was called? I just watched it like 12 hours ago. It's like the TSA agent and whatever else. I mean, it was kind of cheesy, but so then I ended up staying up way too late to watch that, so that he was, had his companionship. How's the pup? He is out. He's sleeping. I did watch it. I just can't remember the stupid name of it. It's like, I don't know. That was really good. I watched that too. What was it called? No. It's a movie, and it's got TSA agent and Jason Bateman, and he's like trying to get like a chemical weapon onto a plane, and the TSA agent is like trying to stop everything from happening. It's a little cheesy. There's a couple parts that I'm like, okay, you got low budget here, Netflix. What's going on? But yeah, chemical weapon. I don't know what the hell it was called. It's only like 2 words. Hi, Brittany. I don't know. That's just going to piss me off. I'm going to have to look it up so that I can tell you guys what it is, because now I'm just going to get irritated. What the heck is this stupid movie called? Carry On. It's called Carry On. It's on Netflix. Yep, there we go. Yep, good timing. Okay, anyway, not important, but, can't get that out of my head until I figure out the answer. Carry On. Yep, that's what it was called. So if you haven't watched it, it's definitely worth the watch. It's just, don't expect it to be like the best movie in the whole world. Okay, so day 4, we have no witnesses, right? Like no witnesses. No, we're starting off fresh today, right? Nobody's on. Okay, let me make sure you guys can hear that first. Oh, you guys asked about the dog. I told you he's still sleeping. I'm still half asleep myself. So, and now we carry on. Ready and go. Yeah, we get a fresh witness. Legal Lacey, you're fresh? You didn't cheat? Oh, look at you. So fresh and so clean.
Steve Williams?
Someone swear for a testimony about the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
Steve Williams? Something Williams.
Good morning.
Morning.
Scoot up close to the mic. Speak up loud.
Okay,
Thank you. There you go. You're Steve Williams, is that correct?
that's correct.
And you were previously employed with the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. How long were you employed there?
Just under 34 years.
So back in February of 2020, were you working at the Sheriff's Office?
That's correct, sir.
And what was your position or assignment there within the Sheriff's Office?
I was lieutenant over criminal investigations.
And during that time in February of 2020, did you assist in the investigation of a missing child by the name of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, sir, I did.
And specifically, did you participate in interviewing the defendant?
Yes, I did.
All right. Now, at the time at which you interviewed Miss Boswell, had other detectives already spoken with her?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you aware, did you know what she had already told them?
Yes.
All right. So what was the information or what did you know about Evelyn's disappearance and Miss Boswell's involvement before you went in to talk with her?
I just knew that she had told that her daughter was missing, that it come in through DCS that her daughter was missing. And we was trying to follow up on her daughter being missing.
Okay. Where did you talk with her?
At the sheriff's office in criminal investigations division in the interview room.
Okay. And this interview room, does it have the ability to sit outside and listen to the interview as they're going on?
Yes.
All right. Did you listen to the interviews that were done by the other detectives?
Some of them and parts of them. I can't say I heard every one of them.
All right. And is this interview room located over at the Sheriff's Department?
Yes, sir.
And is that here in Blumpville and Sullivan County?
Yes, sir.
When you went in to speak with her, let me ask you this, what was your approach in speaking with her? Did you take a different tack than the other detectives had taken, or?
Well, I just went in and was just being nice to her and trying to talk with her. I reckon you'd say civilly and not browbeat her or anything.
All right. And was your interview with her recorded?
Yes, sir.
And prior to coming to court here today, did you have a chance to watch that interview?
Yes.
And was it a true and accurate recording of that interview that you had with Megan Boswell?
Yes, sir.
All right. Judge, I'm going to move to introduce that as exhibits 182.
No objection.
And at this time, I would ask to play that for the jury.
Hi,
Hello.
I'm Steve Williams. Hold on just a second, okay? Don't go wrong.
I can't go nowhere.
talking to you about your child.
Yeah,
And where's the last time you saw your child? I'm coming home to tell her.
right after Christmas,
Where?
Ethan.
Okay. And you say Ethan, does that mean Ethan's in Louisiana or Ethan's?
In Boswell. Like I told him, I don't know if he took and dropped her off somewhere right after I dropped her to him, but I don't know what's going on.
Where did you give her to Ethan?
Boswell, at the grandparents' house.
Okay. And what's his grandparents' name?
I know his grandma's name is Sherry, but I do not know his grandpa's name.
Okay. Have you ever been there?
Once or twice.
And you've met him?
I've met Carl.
And that's his grandpa?
Yes.
Okay. And
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to tell you I didn't know his name, but as soon as you asked me, it spit right on my mouth.
that's no problem.
Am I asking a question here or not?
No. We'll be done in just a few minutes.
Okay.
Why are you in a hurry?
I mean, like, no, but if they're gonna keep questioning me and keeping me a line, like, I want an attorney.
Okay.
Because I'll not lie to them.
Okay. Well, do you want to talk to me?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So the last time you saw your child was at Ethan's, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you took your child to Ethan's grandparents' house, right?
Right, but I never walked in, we stood in the driveway.
Okay. And what was you driving?
I was driving my Cruise, I don't have anymore. It was a red 2018 Cruise. It's like a little Chevy sedan.
Yeah. Okay. And was Ethan staying there?
I mean, I guess he was, I don't know. He just had me come up there.
Did you see Ethan there?
Yes.
And did you see his grandfather there?
No. Me and Ethan stood outside and talked. Kind of like away from the house.
Okay.
Like the house was like over here where he parked his car was like towards the trees of the house. And we were standing like towards this side of his car.
Okay. And you dropped that one.
Mm-hmm.
And
Put the car in his car and everything.
what kind of car was he driving?
A 2018 Nissan Versa. It's black.
Okay. And then that was Christmas Day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then after Christmas Day, do you communicate with,
He won't talk to me.
But
On New Year's Eve, and sort of on New Year's, I guess, me and him argue back and forth.
on text message or,
No,
or actual?
On the phone.
Okay. So actually talking.
Yes. He would get mad and hang up, and then I'd call back, and he'd answer for a little bit, get mad and hang up, and just quit answering.
Did he say he had Evelyn in?
And I left him tons of voicemails, and I was like, look, like, if you want me to leave where I'm at, like, I'll come spend New Year's with you and Evelyn, like, I just want us to be there as a family, you know what I mean? But I'll come to where you are.
Where was he at then?
I think he was at his friend's house.
Who's his friend?
I don't know, to be honest with you.
Friend around here or friend?
Friend around here.
And you don't know who his friend is?
He doesn't tell me anything.
Okay. How long have y'all dated before?
Like 3 years, maybe 4.
But you didn't
3
know
years,
his-
yeah.
And you didn't know his friend?
No, I was never allowed to be around any of his friends.
And then, did you ever call him and say, hey, where's Evelyn? It's been,
I've tried to
2
call,
weeks.
and he won't answer. I would leave voice messages, he wouldn't call back. And honestly, like I was telling them, like I had Evelyn for like over a year, and he never checked on her, and I had to support her by myself. So when I got here, I was like, you can take care of your daughter for a little bit. Not that I don't love my daughter, want to be with her, you know what I'm saying, but I was like, you don't help me at all. Like, I want you to see how it feels, so no help.
so he didn't help you financially or
No.
taking care of her?
No.
He was in the military.
Yeah, like he would never even be like, hey, like, is she okay? Or like try to check on her or help me at all.
Does
Yeah.
he live in a house down
I don't know.
there? And you don't know where she's at? And the last time you saw her was Christmas.
Right.
Have you went to his grandparents' house? And asked
Yeah,
him
but
where
nobody was there when I went.
she- Okay. Have you called them and asked them where she's at? Okay. And what brought you here today?
I guess my dad called.
So you still hadn't heard from her and somebody's called about her,
Yeah.
right? And you have no idea where she's at? Okay. Have you tried to find her?
I mean, yeah, like I called, you won't answer me. I didn't know he went back to the Army until today. Like that was news to me when they came in here like, oh, he's from Louisiana.
Have you went to court
No.
to try?
To be honest with you, I was really trying to be civil over it, and like I said, I supported her for like over a year, and I was like, if you want to keep her for a little bit, like that's fine by me, you know what I'm saying? My mom had a baby when I was like 12, 13, I don't remember, it's 2013, so I guess I was 12. And like I had to basically raise him. She knows I was 15, like I had to basically raise her, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
It was like I had 3 kids all the time.
Okay.
And I was like, it's his kid, if he wants to keep her for a little bit, like, by all means, you know what I mean, I'm all for it. And like I said, something I love having her, want to be with her, but it's just, you know what I mean, is what it is.
See my girlfriend?
Ethan? He might, I don't know, he used to. She lived in like, I don't know if they were dating, let me take that back. I know he was talking to her, but she lived in like really sketchy apartments in Kingsway. Like the government house and one. I'll say they were cloud, but I guess that's torn down, so I don't know.
You know what I mean?
Mm-mm.
So if you was guessing where she was at, where would you say she was at?
I don't know if he dropped her off from her or somebody or what he did, so I don't know.
Well, but they have to be somebody he trusted to
Right.
drop her off. So who would you think that he would trust besides his grandparents?
I don't really know, to be honest with you. I didn't know he really talked to his grandparents that much. Ethan never told me anything about his personal life. Like, especially after he got in the Army, like, he just was not talking about it. I don't care how much I cried, he just was not talking about it, to be honest with you. And also, when he was in the Army, he'd go, like, months without talking to me, I told him.
Well,
Before and after I had Evelyn.
well, if you're in the military, sometimes you're out in the field and stuff like that, you can't just.
Well, yeah, I understand that, but sometimes he would just get mad and just not talk to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, long periods of time. And I know that wouldn't be.
Right. Okay. So if you could help us right now find her, where would you tell us to look?
I don't know who Ethan hangs out with.
Does he have Facebook?
Yeah.
Does he go lost on Facebook?
Not really.
Do you have Facebook?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have communicate on Facebook?
He does not respond. I think he's blocked me on Facebook. I only blocked me on Instagram. So he didn't want to talk to me.
Even if you wanted to say like her story was true, like, oh, okay, I just wanted the break and he wanted to spend time with his daughter, so okay, I was just gonna let him. She cannot come up with a valid reason that as soon as he blocks her and she can't get a hold of him, that she doesn't call the police. He doesn't have any legal rights to her. It would be, I don't know why she thinks anybody's gonna believe this fucking story.
Did you participate in any other interviews with the defendant?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you do anything else as far as the investigation was concerned?
I assisted other officers in the investigation.
Okay. You continue to do other things?
That's correct.
All right. Thank you. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you.
Good morning.
Morning.
How are you?
Good, and you?
Good. Thank you for asking. What time did you take this interview?
I don't recall what time of day it was. I think it was in the evening.
Okay. It's my understanding at this point that Megan had been interviewed by Tracy Haraz, a DCS worker, and then later by Michelle Gillen, and then you. Is that correct?
I couldn't tell you the exact order of the people who went in and interviewed before me or after me. I can't tell you that. I don't know.
Your interview and those other interviews that day, they were basically a continuation of the same interview with different people. Was that?
There were several officers and agents that interviewed, or several officers that interviewed that day.
Okay, but was it basically a continuation? I've talked to her, now you go talk to her and see if you get more.
Yes.
At one point, she asked you for an attorney.
No, sir.
But you didn't feel like she did.
No, sir. She said, if this happens, I want an attorney.
Okay.
She didn't say I want an attorney. She said, if this happens, I want an attorney.
You had instructed her not to go anywhere.
The sheriff's office is a secure facility, and we can't have people walking up and down the halls of the sheriff's office.
Okay, so she wasn't free to leave the room she was in.
If she wanted,
So this weird attorney conversation, as soon as she said that in that interview, I was like, ooh, this is gonna, I'm surprised this hasn't come up a whole bunch of times prior. I don't know if you guys followed the Chad Dorman case out of Ohio, but he had some weird commentary about an attorney also, not actually asking for one, but saying the words attorney, and they ended up throwing out his entire confession because of that.
After she asked for an attorney, let me ask you this. Had she been Mirandized?
yes, she had.
Did you do that?
No,
You know who did?
no, sir.
How do you know she had?
Because we'd seen the interview. And we wouldn't be in there talking to her if she hadn't been Mirandized.
But you don't know who did it, and you can't say that you did it.
I can say that I didn't do it.
You can say that you didn't do it, right?
That's correct.
But you can't say who did.
No, sir.
And as it relates to her question for an attorney, and this will be kind of my last question on that. You didn't stop questioning her. You said, do you want to talk to me? You continued asking her questions, correct?
That's correct, because she never asked for an attorney.
Was that the entirety of the interview we saw?
Yes, I was walking out the door and she asked me if she needed an attorney, and I can't answer that for her.
So she asked you about that again?
She asked me if she needed one, and I can't answer that for her. She's 18, old enough to go in the military, old enough to fight in war, so I can't answer that for her. She's an adult.
What time did you come on shift that day? Do you know?
I usually come to work at 8 o'clock, but I can't tell you that day. It was probably 8 a.m.
I'm just trying to nail down the time period.
It would have probably been in the evening if I was guessing, late afternoon.
By late afternoon, you mean before 6 o'clock?
It would have been right around 6 o'clock if I was guessing that day.
Okay. Mr. Williams, thank you for being here. It's good to see you.
Yes, sir. You too.
You read it?
There you go.
Is he free now?
I don't. It is like Joanna said, our due process stuff is all kicking in. We're like, wait a minute, where's for Miranda?
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna stop this real quick, and then we can watch this. We can watch this interview from yesterday.
of Evelyn and has remained in the Sullivan County Jail since. Today, the court interviewed multiple witnesses once again. The court began this morning with more witnesses
He
who knew
seems to be
Megan
talking
Boswell.
to
News Channel 11's
Ainsley
Ansley
Daniel
Daniel
almost
has
every
been
day
in
when he
Bluffville
leaves.
at the courthouse since the trial began, and she's there now live to give us an update. Ansley?
Yeah, Terry, court actually just wrapped up a few moments ago, but I'm standing here with Megan Boswell's attorney, Gene Scott. Thank you so much for joining us again today.
Oh, you're welcome.
Well, first off, let's talk about the mistrial issue. Earlier, you made a motion for a mistrial. Do you think that there could be an issue with evidence that could come up again?
I think we sorted that out after we talked about the motion. My investigator and investigator for the DA's office went through the evidence in question. I think everything is sorted out at this point.
Now, earlier we heard from Ethan Perry. He took the stand today, who we now know is not Evelyn's father. Who is her dad?
I think that information is in the record and will come out, but I think I'd rather wait till it's said in open court.
And
Ooh.
let's also talk about how everyone that testified today said Megan stopped bringing Evelyn around at one point and then she changed. What exactly happened there?
I suspect it's going to show that, in fact, she does stop bringing Evelyn around the time she passed away. And I think a lot of people expect you to react in a certain way when someone dies, and no one acts the same. There's not an appropriate way to grieve. People grieve in different ways. I think one of the most telling things today was Miss Stacy said that Megan seemed numb.
Okay, hold on. There's not an appropriate way to grieve, but there is an appropriate way to actually contact law enforcement and tell them that your daughter is dead. Nice try here, Mr. Defense Attorney, but no.
She was emotional, but then she later said she seemed numb.
And let's also talk about when you were cross-examining Randy Wood. That was another witness that came in today. You asked him if his son Hunter had mentioned that someone could read his mind or take his thoughts, and then you said something about tinfoil. Where were you going with that?
I was just exploring what his mental state was at the time that he was around Megan, and I'll bring that back around later in the trial.
And I know that we are in day 3, and it appears that Megan is, conversing with you and active in this. Is that, kind of what your strategy is? Is she active with you in this defense?
She's taking an active role in her own defense. She's looking at evidence. She's making suggestions. So, yeah, she's very active.
And, we also know that day 1, she was pretty emotional and things have kind of seemed to level out with the evidence there. But what are her emotions like right now?
I'm sure she's scared. I don't know how it would feel to have a child die and then to be blamed for it. So I can't say exactly what her emotions are.
And, I always, want to ask you, day 3, exactly, what do you want folks to know as we're, into today and after hearing the testimony that came out today?
I think what I want folks to know is this is a long process and the evidence is just finally starting to come out after 5 years. And I think people's opinions will change of Megan.
Is there anything else you want folks to know about your client?
No.
All right, Gene, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us. And, court is actually going to resume.
Okay. He's trying to change the public perception of his client. I mean, keep going, sir. We'll take the info, but I don't think so. I don't think so. He's like, there's not an appropriate way to grieve. Well, no. You don't. I can tell you that you don't take your 1-year-old daughter and put her in a trash can and hide her in your childhood playhouse. So, I mean, there's definitely different ways to grieve, but that's not typically one of them. But he's saying we're going to find out who the baby daddy is. Everybody keeps going in the Facebook groups, keeps saying it's this Eric Smith guy. I do have a photo of him, and it could be if you just wanted to go like with looking at a baby picture to a man. I don't know. Okay, here we go.
State would call Joey Strickler.
Joey Strickler. Oh, did you? I didn't think she looked like Ethan. But genetics are funny like that. I mean, like my son looks like my brother. So.
State your name.
Joseph Strickler.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
That sounds twisted. I shouldn't have probably said that. People are going to clip that and run with it.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please tell us your, actually just spell your last name for us for the record?
Strickler, Strickler.
Okay. And where are you currently employed?
The Second Judicial District, District Attorney General's Office.
How long have you been employed there?
Since September of 2021.
Okay. And what is your title there?
Victim Witness Coordinator.
Okay. And prior to that, were you employed in law enforcement?
Yes. Sullivan.
Okay, go ahead. Tell me where. Yeah.
Sullivan County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. What was your title at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office?
Captain over Criminal Investigations.
Okay. And how long had you been captain of criminal investigations?
I was with the department for 30 years before I retired, and two different occasions. It was several years.
Okay. So could you give the jury just a brief rundown of your experience with the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office?
I started out in as a when I graduated from college, I started out as a corrections officer and worked my way up to patrolman, and from patrolman went into detective division, and then worked my way up through the ranks there to being a captain over the criminal investigation division.
And were you employed in that capacity in late 2019 and early 2020?
Yes, I was.
Did you assist in working the case of missing child Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
Do you recall what your role was in this investigation?
Was the captain over criminal investigations. My main duty was administrative, and basically what I was doing was being a conduit between our agency and the FBI, the TBI, the district attorney's office, the staff and command of the sheriff's office, and also helping out any way that I can with making sure they had the resources they needed and the manpower.
Okay. So you're essentially a liaison between the different agencies that were working this investigation.
That's correct.
Okay. Did you personally interview Megan Boswell at some point?
Yes, I did.
And was that on February 20th of 2020?
Yes, it was.
Okay. That day, did you conduct more than one interview of the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. How many?
2.
Okay. To your knowledge, and you may not know this, had the defendant been interviewed by anyone else that day prior to you speaking with her?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Where did these interviews take place?
The Sullivan County Sheriff's Office Detective Division's interview room.
Okay. And is that located in Sullivan County, Tennessee?
Yes, it is.
Was the interview video and audio recorded?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And who was present during the interview?
Myself and Miss Boswell.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity prior to court to fully watch both interviews in their entirety?
Yes.
Okay. So first we'll go to the first video. Is that a fair, since you've watched it, is it a fair and accurate representation of the first interview you conducted with Megan Boswell on February 20th, 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number
183.
183.
Any objection?
No, sir.
And then permission to play it at this time for the jury.
Just 1 second.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, I'm Joey Strickler. I'm the captain of criminal investigations. They called your boyfriend Hunter,
Yeah,
and he's supposed to be, I reckon, supposed to come to pick you up. So,
I was wondering if my mom didn't.
oh, you want your mom, not him?
Yeah.
Okay, I can do that. Take your
Okay,
hand.
well, can I ask you something you answer me honestly? Okay, so like when I got another cop's car, he was telling me like Hunter had like orders of protection against him or like domestic assault or something.
I can find out. I don't know.
Can you tell me that?
Oh, I could tell you that if I knew it, but I can find out for you.
And,
Sure.
I mean, I'm not trying to be mean like he does, like, I just really like, don't want to be around that kind of person, you know what I mean?
I don't blame you.
Okay.
Let me see if I can find out for you. Be right back.
She said she wants to find out about getting an order of protection against Hunter. Hi, Fluffy Bunny. Yeah, Law Junkie, we watched that too right after the first witness. I don't think it's necessary that we have to just sit here and watch her sit in her room, though.
They're calling right now.
But no, no long gaming.
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah. You know, I've been watching, you know, those videotapes. I've been watching it. I've been doing this a long time. I've been a cop for 30 years. And it breaks my heart to see a young lady like you, and you have a child. We don't know where it's at.
Did you watch me cry? I was trying not to cry for them.
That's okay, though. That's okay. Okay?
That was weird. Did you watch me cry? Wow.
The matter is, you give a Maggie, is that right? That precious little baby somewhere. I don't know. And I honestly believe, I want to believe that you would tell us in a heartbeat if you knew where that child was at. And is there any way that you can think, maybe help me to find that little baby?
I really don't know. I'm sorry to tell you I was crying.
That's okay. That's okay. Okay? It's okay. I know you've not seen her in a while. And I know, we've been talking to Ethan. We've had him on the phone. We've had his captain on the phone. We've been talking and trying to find this baby. Is there any way that somebody has that baby that's a friend of yours or a family member that's afraid that if they're afraid to tell us, or they're afraid that you'll tell us, so they want to keep.
I don't know if you know that I dropped her off somewhere. What happened? I was trying really hard to cry, but I was like thinking about her. I dropped her off, and she's asked what she's wearing and stuff like that, and I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. It's okay. I understand. Please, we're just trying to find out what happened to that whole thing. And, I'm a daddy, and it breaks my heart to know that this child could be with someone that don't love it, that don't take care of it, or God forbid something bad's happened to that baby. And, the thing about it is, everybody's going to point back to you because you're the mama, and you're the mama that let the baby go. When I say let the baby go, I mean, you're the one that took the baby and said, here.
I know, but I was scared to her dad, and I thought it was okay.
You say you thought it'd be okay. Do you think something's happened to it?
I mean, no, but I didn't think that, I wasn't going to see her for months at a time or something like that. What I did, when all this started happening, I was like, oh, well, I don't want to be my mom just to try to, solve myself. I don't want to do that, what I'm saying? I don't want to be that person who does all that, you know what I mean? And, I just learned her for over a year about myself. And I was like, if he wants to keep her for a little bit, it's fine.
How old are you, Max?
18.
You're just a young lady yourself. You're a brand new mama, and you're thrown into a different world, wasn't you? And I can understand you feeling that way and saying, hey, I just want a little bit of time to myself, a little bit of time to be me before I have to be a mama. And you had all these things that happened so quick to you, it's, bless your heart. My heart goes out to you, but I'm telling you, we gotta find that little thing. We gotta find her. And do you remember when she broke her arm? Somebody said she broke her arm.
I don't know if she actually broke her arm or not. I just know it was bruised. I never saw it, so I don't know.
You never saw the bruise?
No.
Did this happen after you gave her to you? Okay. Okay. Well, now, when they say that you dropped the baby off at his parents,
His grandparents.
his
Me
grandparents,
and him stood outside. We didn't go in.
and where was the baby at?
On my hip. And then I let her kind of like go to him to get used to him. And I stayed about 30 minutes and she was fine.
So okay, did the grandparents ever come out?
No.
They never come out?
No.
Okay. And then that was the last time you seen her?
No, I saw her the next day.
You went back and seen her the
Just
next
for a second. Me and brought into it. He told me to leave.
Okay, who was with you when you went back
It
out
was
there?
just me.
Just you. Now, was you dating anybody during that time after you left?
Hunter. But I didn't really tell me and Ethan were into it.
Okay, so you went from Ethan to Hunter. Okay. Okay, how long did you know Ethan? Can you tell me a little bit about him? I mean,
I met him my freshman year of high school.
Where'd you go to school at?
Central.
Okay. Okay, so you just graduated last year?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So, wow. And where'd you meet Ethan at?
At school.
So he went to Central also. Okay. And then he got in, he joined the Army, is that correct? Okay. So the last time you seen your daughter was sometime around Christmas, the day after that you dropped him off, you went and he didn't want to let you talk with her, be with her or anything. Was there a confrontation or anything? He just basically ran you off or say, hey, you're not talking to my
I think he just basically ran me off.
Okay. When you all met down in El Paso, when you went down there, did you all just meet down there and you turn around and come back home with
No, I
him?
stayed for a little bit. He didn't come back home until a couple weeks after.
Okay, did you bring the baby back with you? You had the baby with you and you brought it back, okay. And then where was you staying at that time?
My dad went to trailer park and I was staying in one of his trailers.
Okay, okay. And your dad's Tommy? Okay. So you were staying at these trailers and in the trailer park, where's that located at?
You know where Sugar Hall Road is?
I sure
It's like
do.
on the corner of Sugar Hall and Boswell.
Oh, yeah, I know where that's at.
They're like storage units across from it.
Yeah, that's up there close to Mooney's, the restaurant, or little restaurant place.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right, so you stayed there and then you moved out of there and moved in with Hunter?
Yeah.
Okay. Did Hunter ever see the baby?
Yeah.
Hunter
Not much, I won't lie to you, just because I'm
That's
worried
fine.
about bringing Evelyn around people, you know what I'm saying?
I understand that.
And also at the time, I'm not gonna lie, like Hunter told me his on probation, we didn't tell me before, you know what I'm saying? I'm like iffy on who I bring her around, you know what I mean?
Okay. So you was thinking that you was doing the best for your baby by
Not having her around.
him and
And I know that sounds bad, but like now that I know him better, I don't think he's that person, don't get me wrong, you know what I'm saying? But I only known him about like a couple of weeks when I'm dealing with him, you know, he's kind of like kicking me out, you know.
okay.
Never really having real scared.
But that led you to, I guess what I'm trying to say though is, that was a natural route for you to go as far as if you wanted someone to watch Evelyn was take her to Ethan.
Yeah, her dad.
Her dad. Okay. Okay. Wow. We're fixing to send out what's called a nationwide alert. So we're trying to find this baby. And I don't know what's going to happen. I just pray to the good Lord above that we're going to find her, and we're going to find her alive, and find her well taken care of. Because I've been doing this a long time, and the worst thing you've ever had to deal with is the death of a child or a baby who's been hurt. for a baby that's been abused. And I have, I have a lot of nightmares about that. And it's been several, too many to count through the years. And all I want to do is stand up for that little baby that may not be able to stand right now. And I need your help. I do. I need your help. And if you can think of any way, fashion, or form, you know where that baby's at, or where, just to point me in the right direction, please tell me. Please tell me. I want to bring it back in. Bring her back in.
I don't know.
Is there any way that can you tell me a reason why that you didn't reach out since Christmas to the family to try to find Evelyn and talk to her? Just eat up and even put her on the phone, let me speak to her.
Because I was really just trying to resolve the two meetings, to be honest with you.
You was what?
Just trying to resolve the two meetings.
So, tell me what you think? What do you think happened?
I don't know. He's taking her in contract for someone else for.
You think he could have hurt her?
No.
Did you hurt her?
No.
Would Hunter hurt her?
No. He even get like mad and like threaten me all the time, but he never actually like did anything. You know what I mean?
Did he ever show any aggression or anger toward your little baby?
No, I don't know. No.
You never seen that?
No.
You said that she had a bruise on her arm earlier. How did she, do you know how that bruise happened that you think is maybe?
Fell off the bed. That's what I was told.
Where at?
At Ethan.
Did that happen? Did you ever see the bruise and stuff? You never did see the bruise or the broke arm or anything like that? So you did have some telephone conversation apparently with Ethan about her.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this is weird because I think that we're being told is that by him, he's like, I've not seen her.
He has seen her. I swear to you, he has.
And when last time you seen that little thing?
On Christmas Eve.
Mm-hmm.
He had her then, so I had her for a little bit on Christmas. So me and my family and Hunter went fishing for her every second night. And he that Christmas Day, and I got her stuff, and I got her. And I got, like the stuff that my brother got her and stuff, and I took it to him.
They're on, off of Hartown. Did you get to see her that day?
Yeah. I had her for a couple hours.
What did you take to her that day?
I don't know what my brother got her, but I got her like a little horse and like baby shark stuff and clothes and stuff like that.
That's so sad. I don't know. I don't know where this is going to lead to. Like I've told you before, I've been doing it a long time. And in cases like this, the fingers point toward mama. And it points toward you because for one reason is that you willingly took the baby to Ethan. I understand why. I mean, you're telling me why you did that. But then, of course, he's not saying something didn't happen there. It was not right. That's what he said, of course. We got to find the baby. We've got to find Evelyn. Got to find her. Take care of her. And if it's a situation where, you know, that you don't feel like that you can take care of her, then I promise you, we'll find some people to take care of her, that little thing for you. And I promise you that. We'll do everything we can to get you help and get her help to take care of her. But we've got to find her.
When you all find her, does this mean I won't custody of her anymore?
No, it doesn't mean that at all. Does not mean that at all. But I can tell you this, if you think for a second, that little sliver, that you might know where she might be. Well,
That's a great question, Blue Bayou. I'll look into it. But she's from Kingsport. Why did they stop it? Right in the middle of her answering a question. Oh, that makes sense. Tech issues. Okay, so it's interesting because that interview they said is the 20th, but the Amber Alert went out on the 19th. Maybe it was just local and they went nationwide on the 20th. I don't know. And then she is asking for her mom to come pick her up, but her mom is actually in North Carolina that day. So it's possible that she might be talking about her foster mom, or she's just trying to make sure that she's already weaving the lies about Hunter. Oh, Hunter, is there any way I can get like some information on a restraining order? She doesn't necessarily say anything, but then she does also put out like, he's got, he was on probation and whatever. And I wasn't sure I wanted to have the baby around him. So it was nice that Ethan was going to take him for me. Caleb is the ex from the spring/summer of 2019, and his mom testified.
Thank you. All right. Go ahead and get back up.
Figure out that.
Yeah, she hasn't told the story yet that her mom actually took her and has been threatening her, and that's why. So she hasn't come up with that story yet. So her dad testified when they asked him about why she was put into foster care was because she wouldn't go to school. So they ended up coming and taking her because that's a punishment to the parents. Is if your kids have truancy issues, then the law gets involved. But I don't know. There's definitely going to be more to that story, which I'm sure the defense is going to probably put on.
If he's an abuser and stuff that you didn't know about, you don't need to be around that. And we'll find out. And I'll find out if your mom can come and pick you up, okay?
Okay. I don't know her number, Hunter has it.
Who has it?
Hunter does, that's why I was asking if you to call him and tell her to come get me.
Oh, okay, tell her to come, okay. We'll find out.
Thank you.
No problem.
Hey, lullabies. It's interesting, like maybe MB is protecting someone. I think she is scared to tell the truth. Well, I think she's scared for herself, but that's me. But it's this is why this kind of these things are interesting, because we're all watching the same thing, and some of us are predisposed and have our own bias, which I'll raise my hand for that one. But there are people in here who are have reasonable doubt and think that Hunter is involved in some point, and this is like essentially like us talking this through is what the jury's going to be doing, and like we're not all in agreement on what we think went down here, and that's going to be a room of 12.
Okay, so now moving to, well, prior to the second interview, you stepped out for a few minutes?
Yes.
Okay. Any idea of how long you were out before you came back into the room?
I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Okay, you don't remember?
No.
Okay, and that's fine. So the second video, you also had an opportunity to watch it in its entirety?
Yes.
And it is also a fair and accurate representation of the second interview you conducted with Megan Boswell on February 20th, 2020.
Yes.
We'd ask that that may be made exhibit number 184, please.
Objection. All right, before exhibit 184.
And permission to play it for the jury.
I have,
So are they counting this as the second time he talks to her? Because remember when he took the stand, he said like he talked to her twice. I mean, I'm sure we'll figure that out, but I didn't know if anybody kind of caught that. So he left the room and then he comes back. They're not counting that as the second time, right? This is still one time.
I got some, been a long time, and I've got some my own opinions about this stuff. But just something just not adding up. It's just not adding up. And you know, if there's something that you think in your mind, anyway, that's an form that you could think.
Well, I was talking to Dad today. He's already come mom and that she said when all this started going down, she was gonna have to disappear, that she was gonna go to jail. I don't know what's going on.
Your mom had that something?
I don't know. That's all he told me today. I don't know what's going on.
So Tommy told
Her mom did have outstanding warrants, so just FYI.
you that
And then all this started going on, because he called her the night before. He talked to you all, and he told her what he was going to do, and then she said, well, you can't do that. This is what he told me, like, I'll have to disappear. I can't come back, and I'm so scared. I don't know how, what. I hope she didn't do anything too.
Oh, now we're getting the switcheroo.
I thought Ethan had the baby.
I thought he was too good, but this is just what I told me this morning. I promise you, I talked to him on the phone on my way down here, because I called my grandma first. I wanted to stop down there for anything up here. I've never had any talk to you. I when he called me, he started telling me.
So Tommy told you that he has talked to.
No, this was before he called up here.
Okay, but he has talked to your mom.
A couple days ago. And that he told me that he lied to her, well, and me, and said that DCS was going to do a home visit on Elijah because he thought that she was going to resolve it.
And so he basically, but what he said to Angel, but help me with this. But he told Angel that he was going to send DCS to.
And all that and stuff. And he told me that she said, oh, like, I'll have to leave, and like nobody can ever find me again, like I'm going to jail and stuff like that. I'm sorry, I thought you were that's just a lot for us to say.
Okay. And then Angel said that she was going to run, but she was going to leave and stuff.
Well, that's what she told Dad apparently. And Dad told me that he lied to her and said that DCS was going to come do a checkup on Elijah so he could get him from her, my little brother. And then when they met at Eagle, that like she was crying and like wouldn't say anything to Dad or anything like that.
Okay.
And she was kind of freaking out. I'm sorry, I just always had like so much faith in my mom and the fact that even the thought that she would do anything just really like. I'm sorry, that's what my first question was saying. Have you all talked to her? And yesterday, the whole way up here, she was like bitching at me, saying that like, I won't lie, I lied. She didn't run out of gas. She just wanted to tell me.
I knew.
I'm sorry.
You wouldn't tell them. That's hard work. But you wouldn't tell them the truth.
I'm sorry. But she was like, just let me and say that she was going up here, she didn't want you to be like seen, blah, 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 stuff like that.
You doing what?
Want to be seen,
She wanted to be okay.
stuff like that.
Do you think she's in that car, that BMW?
Yeah,
Was the last time you seen her, she was in the BMW?
yeah, that's what she got me out there on the shelter.
Oh, okay. That was the day that you walked up here.
Yeah.
Okay. Was McLeod with her?
Yeah,
Did he drive or did she drive?
he used to drive.
Did he usually drive it?
He was driving that day.
Okay, and whose car is that? Whose Beamer is that?
Well, Hunter gave it to her, but he didn't get the title on it over there.
Okay, so that car should be in Hunter's name?
I think it's his brother's name, that's why I think it's a title on over there. It was Hunter's car, but Tanner was gonna buy it, and then Tanner backed out on it.
And he got mad with you, we wrecked or something in front end?
Yeah, on like the passenger side fender well, I guess. Like, it kind of like popped out, and it's kind of bit into the headlight. A lot dimmer on that side.
Okay. But that's who it should be, okay. And,
Well, Tanner's first name is Austin. I mean, I don't know if you all know that, but it's Austin.
I'm sure we got that. And McLeod usually driving?
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask you a couple questions with that, because I'm just trying to clarify things. Are they just ate up the dope?
I mean, he is. I don't.
Listen, if I'm gonna tell you something, Maggie. I've got a girl. I've got a daughter, and my daughter she's old now. She's 25 years old. But I love my daughter dearly. I want to ask you something. Do you love your little girl? Yeah. I'll call your heart. Okay. Now that's what I'm getting to. And we need you to help us. Because everybody, we're trying our best to find her. You know, and I'll be honest with you, I don't care one bit about putting anybody in jail or anything. I want her back. If I can get her back and we can get you straightened out in your life and everything good together, y'all can come back together again. There's no doubt in my mind we can work those things out. No doubt in my mind we can work those things out. But we might get her back.
I know.
And so, with that being said, I just want you to be completely honest with me. No more feeling or anything like that. Completely honest. Are they running dope? Are they just using heavy? What's their drugs?
They're just using. I don't know what she does. The only thing that she'll admit to me is that she's very far.
Okay.
Other than that, I don't know, to be honest with you. There were a few times that, like, Dad and I would went there, like Elijah, when she'd be with them, stuff like that, and she had birds on her and stuff like that.
Oh, really?
I mean, I don't know, like, if that helps at all or anything, but I mean, she normally, like on her arms and stuff like that. Yeah.
Now, does she go by Angela or Angel?
Angel.
So, if you had to, if you had to lay it all on the table, okay, I got one shot to find my baby and to get my baby back, where would you go?
They were trying to take me up in Mendoza yesterday before I came in here, and I kept telling her, like, turn over, give us on the road. If you don't take me up there, I'll call them, they'll come get me.
They won't take you to Mendoza?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know.
Do you have any friends in Mendoza?
No.
You ever been to Mendoza?
No.
But they want to take you there. They won't take you there yesterday. It was a different.
Well, they wouldn't tell me where they were going. I just saw the road sign. Let me take that back.
I understand. So what risk stop to see?
Like, State City Highway, one that has like, you know, the air, 45 windows, and it's like 5 miles away or something like that.
She's not even a good liar.
I mean, maybe they weren't like, we take me there, but that's just what I thought.
Does he have any ties to people over there in Virginia?
As far as I know, all his family's from North Carolina.
Okay. Have you ever gone to see his family in North Carolina or anything like that? Okay. So when I asked you that question about laying it out there where you might be going, if you get a chance to get your daughter, to find your daughter.
Well, Dad keeps saying that Mom knows something. That's what she's like, you know, not answering anybody, kind of just disappearing.
Now, you know, I know that you said that you gave Evelyn over to Ethan.
So Mom also told me that she talked to Ethan's sister.
Your mom has talked to Ethan since.
That's what I don't know, like 110%. That's just what I've been told.
She told you that? Angel told you that?
Yeah. If you want questions her and find her, you can not tell her that I like.
Oh, absolutely. Don't
Okay.
you worry about that. Let me tell you, don't worry about it. I want her. I want your baby back. Okay? I want Evelyn. I want her back. Safe and sound. I want her. I mean, those pictures of her. That picture of her and you. I'll be honest. I got that from my wall of my office of you and her. So that makes me want to go that much further and try to find her. Okay? And it breaks my heart to know that she, I don't know where she's at. You know, could she be with someone else? Could they be treating her good? I mean, she okay? That type of thing. And then on the other side of the coin, oh dear God, could somebody have killed her? Could that little baby be in a ditch line somewhere, or maybe in a trash pile, something like that? And that's what God did. And so, but you said Angel has talked. She says that she's talked
Yeah.
to. She's talked to Ethan, and you pretty firm that you gave let Ethan take care of her right at Christmas. Was it Christmas Day or
No, it was Christmas
Christmas Eve?
Me and my family went to Pigeon Forge, and I dropped her off before we went.
Because your little girl did not go with you to Pigeon Forge.
Me, Hunter, and Dad, my brother, his wife, and like their kids with.
Where'd y'all go to when y'all went to Pigeon Forge? Just ask them.
We went out to eat at Olive Garden, and then we went to our go karts, and then we all stayed at Margaritaville Island.
I stayed there before. It's pretty nice place. So you came back on Christmas Day,
Yeah.
and then you went back over. Did you go see? Did you see her on Christmas?
Yeah.
Okay, so you went back on Christmas Day.
I had her at Christmas Day.
Did you get to see her? Did you let you hold her or anything? What time did you go over on Christmas Day?
I don't really know, to be honest with you. I went to my brother's, picked this up, I probably got like 4 or something, so I guess it was after that.
So you took presents to her
You know.
at Eaton's. And you took them over there. Did you get to go in, or did you just?
No, he always made me sit outside.
And then you got took the little girl Christmas presents, and then you got to hold her a minute, and then you gave her back.
Yeah.
There's a reason why you just didn't say, "Come on, you're going back with Mama."
She started reaching for him, but I didn't want to take her from him.
She started reaching for him.
Yeah. I just thought she wanted to be there. I didn't want to take her. And honestly, like, I just wanted to pray. That's all I wanted.
That's probably true. She wanted to break. That's all she wanted.
Who took you over there?
Hunter rode with me. Not her sat in the car. Not exactly at the bottom.
But you drove from here,
He drove back.
but you drove over it.
Yes, he drove back. Those are my cruiser I had it.
I agree with you, Thomas.
I'm sorry, I was living on home together the past 2 days.
You've been through hell and back, and you're still in it. You're still in hell. I mean, you really are. The whole fact of not knowing where your baby is at. Oh my gosh, I know it's heart wrenching. And you know, when you left on Christmas Day, did Hunter and Ethan say anything to each other?
No.
And,
Hunter didn't get out of the car. Well, Hunter only got out of the car and walked around the front to get in the car. On the driver's side.
okay, and you wanted to say you pulled out to look at you, swap back in with,
I didn't see where he was standing at the top of the driveway.
and then he was just holding her when you pulled away.
Yeah.
Did y'all have any words or anything, or any anger
I
words?
mean, we argued, yeah.
What did you argue about that day?
Well, I told him, and I was like, I want to come see him for a little bit. And I was like, if you don't want to go with me, that's fine. We were at Boswell's house. I was like, just let me know. I won't bring him. That's fine. You know, like, I don't care. Like, I just want to see her. It's Christmas. And he got mad because I brought him with me. But I asked her, I called. I didn't mean to piss him off.
Okay.
And then we had that argument again because I won't lie to you. He asked me, like, if I had any more diapers. And I was like, yeah, but, like, I took care of myself for a year. Like, it's your daughter. You can buy her a pack of, like, freaking diapers. I'm sorry, I don't know about it. So I don't want to do without anything. Just, you know.
So Christmas Day, you're saying the last time.
No, I saw her the day after that. That's what he said.
When did you see her over at Ethan's?
Yeah. He was pulling out the driveway and I pulled in for him to pull out.
He had her with, he had her.
Yeah. He got me out for a second because we're arguing because he's like, you can't just show up here and stuff like that. And I mean, we just got into it escalating from there. And then he told me that I had to leave or even call the cops, so I left.
How did y'all doing that?
She didn't like reach for anything. I didn't get the whole thing. I'm sorry.
Was anybody with you then?
Yeah.
Have you talked to Ethan much after that?
I talked to him on New Year's, and he wouldn't let me come over. Or New Year's Eve. If I say New Year's Eve, it's New Year's Eve, like the 31st. I'm trying to talk to him, he's just not really like answering me. But apparently my mom told me that she talked to him.
You think your mom talked to him during that time right there?
She told me she had been talking to him.
you not talk to Ethan? You talked to Ethan on New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
And Ethan said that your mom would be talking to him.
No, she said that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mom said she said we're talking to him.
Yeah.
And did he ever tell you that she been gone?
No.
Have you been hurt? You think Ethan would hurt?
My mom?
No, I'm talking about.
No.
You don't think Ethan would hurt?
No. I feel like if you did go in there together, someone would be probably take care of me. I don't think you would.
Okay. How is Ethan and your mom? Were they cordial? Would they talk? Would they get along? I think they did.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't necessarily like go out of their way to talk, you know what I'm saying? There was like a few times where they like talked over text over the years. I mean, I was with them for, you know,
Okay.
3.5, 4 years.
Okay. You know Ethan a long time ago, haven't you?
Yeah.
I know this is going back a little bit, but I mean, how long has your mom and Tommy been separated? The reason I'm asking that is because I'm just trying to figure out.
Well, okay, they got like a divorce, I think, in like 2014, 2015. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. I think it was 2014, but Charlotte wasn't born yet, but my little sister. But they had a baby after that. I mean, they were like living together and stuff like that. But if you're talking about as far as like divorce
Legal,
or something,
yeah.
I think like 2014.
When did they finally make a split? And, you know, Tommy and your mom, and she go her way and he went his.
Whenever his Ashley started, I think it was June of 2018.
Oh, this has been relatively fairly recent then. Okay.
Yeah, it was June 2018. That's when Ashley started staying at that.
June 2018?
I don't know I would think June 2018. I don't know the exact date. It was at the beginning of June.
Okay.
I know that I was over there on Father's Day. She was there. So she had been there before she was 14, because that's when Father's Day is, right?
It is. Mhm.
Yeah, so she had been there before that.
All right. If
They weren't living together for like a long time because they were all in apartments in like Popular Ridge. They were definitely like talking and she goes, they got to them, stuff like that. They just weren't like legally.
have you you've been living down with Hunter, right?
Yeah.
And you live in, I know you live in the trailer.
Yeah.
Over in down near Boogie's. I'll hang out and go there and eat all. You live there, and then after that you moved in with Hunter.
Yeah. I stayed in hotels with you guys.
Right, I understand, yeah. But that's basically, if I had to put a timeline of where you live and stuff like that, that's what
Yeah. Up until around like March 2018, from February to March I was with my dad. Or until April, yeah. And then I moved in with them all the way up to my grandma. From April, and I stayed with her all the way through October.
Okay. So basically.
There were a couple nights when my mom was at a hotel and I go stay with her, but as far as like living wise with her, it was like my mom.
And then she's going to live where?
At the mom and dad's hill, like
Down Bay
on
Creek.
3 miles.
So you live most of May Creek. What do you call her?
Oh, mommy. Oh, mommy. I used to call her old mommy when I was little because she practically raised me.
Oh, mommy. Okay.
Yeah.
You lived there with her from when you say?
April to October. I stayed a couple of houses and I burned out my trailer though because I'm downstairs. There's a cop literally right up the road from me that actually made me feel a lot better. So after I seen his car there, I was like, I won't be too bad.
Yeah.
Because I mean, there's a cop literally like my neighbor and I was like, it's fine.
Good. Okay. Now, okay, so, and then after that's when you
I got my
took
trailer
your
a
trailer.
little bit for Halloween.
Okay.
Because I trick or treating like maybe a couple days before Halloween with my cousin Ashley, not my girlfriend, this is different Ashley.
Okay.
And like, I remember I took pictures of her in her costume and she was sitting on the floor.
Okay. You know, people ask questions, of course.
Yeah.
And, you know, I know that the last seen her on the 26th, okay? And on the 26th, on the 26th, okay, the last time you saw her. So all this has transpired. If you had to answer a question like this, someone comes to you and says, why did you call somebody?
Mom was talking to me, she told me I should try to resolve it for being easy. And that's what I was trying to do, and she told me she was trying to talk to us about it.
You did it again. Because that's the first time. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, your lunch is back there. So I want to go ahead and break for lunch and let them try to figure this out.
This judge really is just like a stickler for it's food time, so it's time to go eat.
One second, please.
Are we already going to be caught up? Shit, we are, huh? We're going to be live. All right, well, now they're at lunch. They should be finishing up lunch soon. Guess we didn't start late enough today. I could have slept longer. All right, so let me pull. This is the gentleman. Hold on, I gotta pull up my files. I'll show you guys the picture of who the social media says is Evelyn's dad. But the defense attorney says that we're gonna find out later. You guys know, like, you're welcome to have whatever opinions you guys want to have. I don't ever try to change anybody's mind on what they think or get mad at people for having a different opinion of me than me. You know, at this point, I think it's her. I think she did it. I think she's a liar. And I think that she would throw anybody under the bus to save herself. I think that the evidence that points to it is the fact that she's the one who had Evelyn. She's the one who had access to Evelyn. Evelyn is found in her childhood playhouse on her dad's property, in her trash can with her trash. So this is Eric Smith. I'm not saying that he is the bio dad. This is the person who's been rumored to be the baby daddy. I have nothing to contribute to whether I think he is or not. I got nothing. So, looks like he worked for Regis, which is an inventory company. We used to use them in retail. I'm sure retail still uses them, but I used to use them to complete store inventories. You want to picture of Evelyn, the little cutie patootie? Yeah, hold on. Let me grab one. I'm not in that area, but I will go grab one. I don't know if this one's going to be good enough. I don't know. I can't really tell exactly what color the eyes are just because of the coloring on the picture, so I don't want to guess. I mean, if I had to, I'd say they're not blue, but you know, then I end up back in Delphi, so I don't want to do that. We have not heard from the Emmy yet, so we'll see what window she gives for time of death, or day of death even. I mean, they kind of look alike, but I mean, she's a baby, so I don't know. I can't go off of that, but let me see. Here's another one. Move. There, thank you. There's another one. Oh, come on. Why aren't you moving when I want you to move? I mean, she's got big blue eyes. She's so fucking cute. I can't stand it. Here you go. She is so cute. I just can't. She's just so stinking cute. So many people would have taken care of her. See, some people think she looked like Ethan. I didn't think she looked like Ethan. That's why I'm like, you can't go off of that. That's just not enough. It's not enough. Genetics are funky like that, you know? So anyway, I have no idea if this is even the right, if this is the person, this is the person, like I said, that the social media rumors have said is the dad. I don't know for sure. I have no idea. Yeah, we're going to need some testing. Hey, Cherry Pops, some of the same sort of personality. I know someone with the same sort of personality as Megan will lie, take no responsibility for anything, always someone else's fault. Megan's probably used to crying and being bailed out. You know, that's an interesting thing that you say, because as like she was talking, I was thinking about this, and I know somebody who's I don't know them anymore, thank God. I knew somebody who was very similar to that personality, and I was thinking like, it's almost like she was everybody knew she was a liar, in my opinion. I think everybody knew she was a liar, but nobody, like, people just didn't care enough to correct her. Because she's only 18. When she got pregnant, she was 16. I think that she was probably always been a liar, because it's obviously pathological and she's just not very good at it. And I think that she got away with lying for so long that she actually started to believe that people believed her, if that makes sense. Like, she was like, ooh, I'm a really good liar. People believe me. And I think all of her people that were around her were just like, oh, that's just so stupid. I don't know why she would lie about that. Because I just think like some of the dumb things that this person that I knew that was just pathological would lie about, like the craziest shit. And you're like, what? Like, why would you even, like, I ate at Taco Bell and yet they really ate at Subway. And I'm like, what? Why the fuck? Who cares? Like, why would you lie about where you went to eat? And that's a stupid example, but just dumb things like that. And so, like, I would know she was lying, but I just wouldn't correct her, because I'm like, oh, this isn't worth the fight. Like, why am I going to fight with this person about where the hell they ate? Like, I don't know why she wants to lie about that. But it just reminds me and makes me think of, like, that she's done this for a really, really long time. And so she thinks she's a good liar because nobody calls her on it. Like, that, I have no idea if that's true. That's just what I was thinking. So it's just an interesting comment. My 2 kids are brown hair, blue eyes like me. My 3rd child got the dad's red hair, with the other, while the other 2 didn't. Genetics, yeah, so strange. Yep. It's a shame Ethan wasn't her dad. He seemed genuine. But I think he also just he always knew that he wasn't her dad, and so he was just kind of like, whatever. And it's kind of sad though how many people were giving Ethan so much shit about being a crappy dad, when, like, there's no way he was even the dad. Like, not even physically possible that he was the dad. I don't believe she was in foster care for truancy. That's extreme. Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, nobody, if the defense thought it was something else, they had the prime opportunity to ask him about it when he was on the stand and be like, documentation shows she was taken into foster care because of abuse, or because of neglect, or because of whatever, or because of drug use in the home. They could have said something, so they didn't. I don't know. Everyone in my family has dark hair except for 2 of my dad's brothers who have blonde hair. Genetics can be wonky. Also, we are all part Cherokee. Yeah, just lies about stupid stuff. Hey, Boston. When did the dad stepmom notify authorities that she was missing? February 18th. So February 18th, he contacts DCS, and they go to Hunter's house where Megan was located and said, hey, where is Evelyn? And that's when she says, oh, she's with her dad, but I'm going to be getting her back at some point. Like, she tries to just pacify them. February 19th, because she cannot produce Evelyn and can't even produce Evelyn's stuff. So I think that's what really threw everything over when he was like, just show me like where's your stuff for your baby? And she shows him one outfit that's never been used, one quote unquote sippy cup that's not a sippy cup, and a memory box of stuff from when Evelyn was little that some of it doesn't even look used. And he's like, you don't have a baby anymore. Like that is extremely concerning. You're saying you live here and there's nothing here for your child. And then she's like, oh, there's stuff somewhere else, you know? Well, where? Because you don't have a residence anymore. And then that was it. So February 18th, they took her in, started questioning her, and she kept going with the Ethan has her. We're starting to see the evolution into the next lie because she knows they don't believe her about Ethan. And so the evolution into the next lie is that her mom talks to Ethan and could potentially have gotten Evelyn from Ethan. I don't think there was ever a baby. I think it was a lie, Teresa. I think it was all a lie. No idea, Chelsea. No idea. Your daughter is biracial and has blue eyes and brown blonde hair. Oh, she's probably freaking gorgeous. It was Hunter's house, yeah. Megan Lacey's like, I have stuff in the closet for a kid who's 17. Truancy is educate, especially when it gets to like such a bad point. I don't know. I just feel like if it was something worse than that, then the defense attorney would have called dad on it right there. Megan certainly has a way of dragging a lot of people into her life. Evelyn was so loved by so many. I know. It's crazy. Pathological liars are dangerous. It's a mental illness. Yeah, but I think when they're young, people just kind of go like, oh, you know, I don't know what the hell. She's just a teenage girl, so she just feels like she has to lie about everything. You know what I mean? Like it's like there's almost like they just don't give a shit. They don't care enough to try to correct that. But she's a really bad liar. But this is the personality of somebody who's sitting here with these cops thinking that she's a good liar. Like she believes she's a good liar. So it's like, it only leads me to believe that she's done this for a long time and people just have allowed her to get away with it. So she thinks she's good at it. Yeah, I don't think he did either. Now knowing what we know, what's happening, they're on lunch break. And we were looking at potential baby daddy. All right, let's see. They're still on lunch break. We're caught up with the live and they're on lunch break, so we can't do anything. I'm about 35 minutes behind, and so you may have figured it out, but I'm just starting the quote-unquote second interview. It was the second, not one time. Oh, you think that was the second? Okay. I like her defense first was no good. She has been locked up a long time. Yeah, she got a new attorney in 2022. Pathological liar ruined my life. I can see how that would happen. Absolutely. The ones that I've had in my life, I'm telling you, they cause some major mental destruction to the other parties that are involved. I was raised differently, I guess. We were raised in a different generation, though. You're not even allowed to, like, people get all upset if you spank your kid. But I mean, I can't do it because of my own personal issues. But I mean, society is definitely not the same. I mean, I got belts, I got hangers, I got hands, you know, and then the generation before me was go outside and get a switch and we'll beat the shit out of you with that. Things are definitely different, but I don't know if maybe just nobody cared about her enough to correct it. They just were like, whatever. You know, her mom's a drug addict, doing whatever. I thought the two little kids, that's entry. I learned that, which I'm sure is probably known to everybody else, but I didn't pay attention to that. I thought the two younger children were actually with Tommy Sr.'s, about to be ex-wife, Ashley. I don't know why I thought that. I guess I never really paid attention to their ages or anything. And I just didn't, I don't know. I just never paid too much attention to them because they were little and not part of what was going on with this. So I don't know. I thought they were with Ashley, but they were actually with Angela too. I thought they only had the 2 kids together, but apparently they had 4. Why did Hunter take Megan to the doctor? The only thing I think about that is like the way that he said it is maybe because she's saying her car got repoed and she had a doctor's appointment. So he was like, go, just take Megan to the doctor so she doesn't miss her doctor's appointment. I don't know. I don't know. That was just such a weird thing, and nobody ever followed up with it. Like nobody gave a shit that she like her car got repoed, so I told Hunter to take her to the doctor. Like what? Okay. And a doctor can't typically get your car for you. I keep wondering, why did dad, stepmom let her leave with baby Evelyn knowing mom was not right? They would have had to have known she had psych issues. I think they sum it up to the fact that she was, a 17-year-old mom. And they just, nobody, like, I don't think anybody disciplined her and corrected this bad behavior. Because it's not like she tried to get better at it. She's not a good liar. Megan said she was scared of her mother. I believe her on that. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know yet. 7 grandchildren I can't see because of a freaking pathological liar. Oh, that is devastating. That is devastating. I picked my own switch. I never had to do that. It seemed like she had a good relationship with her foster mom. Yeah, but her foster mom didn't really know her very long. Poor Maggie. She tells lies to anyone that listen. Yeah, she may have learned that from somebody. Yeah, I mean, there's a huge criminal history in this entire family. I mean, they've all been arrested throughout life. This is why I say it's the generational, trauma effect of nobody gives a shit. And so we just keep having babies, and it just keeps getting worse. And nobody pays attention until we have a dead baby. The jury is from her county. Yeah, they just sequestered them. So the defense originally had asked for a change of venue or a change of veneer to get the jury from another place. Judge ended up denying that and just said, we're going to sequester the jury. They haven't sequestered a jury in this county for like 20 years. Don't quote me on that exactly, but it was a really long time since they've sequestered a jury. And so he said, no, to fix that issue, we're just going to sequester them so we don't have an issue. We end up with a hung jury. If our chat right now was the jury, we would end up with a hung jury. The person I know is my stepdaughter. Her mom is exactly the same and excluded dad from a lot of her life. She and her mom have caused untold damage. They feed off of each other, and it will continue. And that is just extremely unfortunate for any little person who has to be involved in that, because then they grow up in that toxicity and create more toxicity. I mean, this is why there's the whole thing. Somebody needs to break the cycle. Yep, there you go. Somebody, yeah, exactly. Susie Q, she has 3 siblings. Where are they? How'd they turn out? Older brother is really the only one I ever paid too much attention to, because he does like a lot of the business stuff with their dad. And he was like in the interview with the dad. The younger siblings, like I couldn't even tell you how old they are. I just knew she had 2 younger siblings, and in my mind assumed that they were with the next wife or girlfriend / wife. I didn't dig into it. So apparently they were with Angela now that we're listening to her. Elijah and Charlotte. But I just didn't realize they were also Angela's. I don't know what's going on. The birds outside are going crazy. I don't know. It looks like we're getting ready to come back. Hold on really quick. I'm going to see what's going on out there. Why we have a murder of crows coming around.
We can bring the jury in if they're ready. Everyone stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you. All right, gentlemen, you can continue.
Your Honor, that was the end of that video clip. We just wanted to double check.
Yes.
We can go ahead and submit that to the court reporter. It was exhibit number 184. Okay. Okay. Anything else that you did personally involving this investigation other than continuing to be a liaison between the different agencies involved?
That's it.
Okay. Please answer any questions the defense has for you.
Thank you, Judge.
Well, she kind of stole one of my questions. This is the absolute only involvement you had in this case. I won't go back to that a little bit, other than I guess your administrative roles as a liaison.
That's correct.
And these two interviews that you initiated or done with Ms. Boswell, those both the same day?
Yes, sir.
What date was that?
February the 20th.
Now, did you Mirandize her?
No, sir.
Were you the first person to interview her on the 20th?
If there was more after me, I believe so.
So you believe you might have been, would that have been the first interview we watched?
I think so.
And that would have been before Detective Gillum or Lieutenant Williams?
I'm not for sure of the time.
I'm sorry, I think those were different dates.
I'm sorry, I can't answer that.
That's okay. Do you recall anybody else interviewing Megan that day?
No, sir.
So it was just you and you alone?
I believe so.
And then you interviewed her a second time on the same day?
That's correct.
And how much space was in between those two interviews? How much time?
I'm sorry, I don't recall that.
Well, I'm not trying to trick you, but is it an hour, 2 hours, or just?
I'm sorry, I don't know.
That's okay. You interviewed her on the first one, and I imagine you stepped out of the office for some time. Would that be a fair statement?
I can't. In 5 years, I'm sorry, I can't.
That's okay. You eventually come back and interview
That's
her.
correct. That's correct.
She never left.
No.
And came back for a second interview.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Be safe to assume she just sat there until the second interview occurred.
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember what time that was?
No, I sure don't.
What would have been your normal duty hours that day?
With an investigation like that, it could have been at any given time. I don't know. My normal work day would be like 0800 to 5 o'clock in the evening, but it could have been prior to that or even after.
Possibility these interviews could have occurred after 5 p.m.
Yes.
You just don't know.
Correct.
Fair enough. I just second.
Somebody needs to tell me that this girl was Mirandized in any of these freaking interviews. Like, where is this girl's Miranda rights? That's crazy. Obviously, there's somewhere. Otherwise, I think we would have been having a very different conversation in pretrial hearings. But nobody's testified that they read her Miranda rights.
Yes.
be fair to say, though, that your second interview would have essentially been a continuation of the first interview with attenuated by a brief amount of time?
That would be fair to say.
Okay. And you said you'd been a detective, actually the captain over the detectives. You were the captain of that little division, so to speak,
Yes.
both literally and figuratively in rank.
Yes.
And I imagine you've conducted a lot of interviews over your years in law enforcement.
Yes.
At the onset of this first interview, we hear Megan ask about her boyfriend, and you indicate that he's coming down to see her.
Yes.
And she represents she doesn't want that to happen.
Correct.
Did that have any significance to you as an investigator?
No, not at that point. During the course of the investigation, I was doing my best to either get new information or to clarify other information. So when she said that, that's when I believe I stepped out to ask to make have a phone call made by another detective for her.
And that would that be to just prevent the boyfriend from coming down?
She was wanting to see her mother, if I remember correctly, wanting her mother to pick her up.
And not her boyfriend?
Correct.
And that never resonated with you of why would she not want that?
Objection to speculation.
Okay, Judge. Can I just say?
She doesn't straight out say, I'd have to go back and listen, but she doesn't straight out say Hunter is abusive. She just says somebody like that. And
Really what you were interviewing about on these days.
and can you give me information on like a restraining order? She kind of skirts it.
Was essentially the same subject matter, a missing child, that Detective Raz and Lieutenant Gillum interviewed.
Yes, sir.
So that was the focus of all of these interviews.
Yes, sir.
And so whether you interviewed first or they interviewed later, they would all be a continual interview over a matter of time.
It was a continuing effort.
I'll take it. That's all the questions I have, Judge.
Thank you. Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Is he free to be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. You're released from your subpoena. You're free to go. All right, next.
State would call Jeffrey Blanton.
So a lot of people like about the Hunter situation. Hunter is not a great guy. So I don't want to I'm not trying to defend Hunter's honor in life. I don't, nobody's been able to show, and the defense hasn't even begun on their case in chief. So I mean, we just have to kind of wait that out. Is Hunter not a good person? Has he got his own issues? Absolutely. But for the purposes of so far in this trial, to me, they haven't even shown that Hunter ever met Evelyn. So that's where I'm sticking with right now. So if anything was to come out later, then obviously my opinion might change. But as of right now, we don't know that Hunter ever even met Evelyn. And the timing of everything shows that there's a good chance he did not.
Raise your right hand. State your name.
Jeff Blanton.
You solemnly swear affirm testimony about you give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
So your name is Jeffrey Blanton.
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
And your last name spelled Blanton. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed by East Tennessee State University.
Okay. And what is your title there?
I'm the Associate Vice President of Administration and Operations
Okay. How long have you been with ETSU?
since January of 2021.
Okay. And is that where you were employed in late 2019 and early 2020?
No, ma'am, it was not.
Okay. Where were you employed during that time?
By the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Okay. In what capacity?
At that time, I was the supervisory senior resident agent in charge of the Upper East Tennessee.
Okay. And how long did you work for the FBI?
Just shy of 25 years.
Okay. Were you always employed with Upper East Tennessee Division?
No, ma'am. I've traveled other
Okay.
places.
Okay. Were you a member of the state or Safe Streets Task Force?
Yes, ma'am. I actually started the Safe Streets Task Force in Johnson City in 2012. And during 2019, I supervised the Safe Streets Task Force.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
Yes, the Safe Streets Task Force is made up of federal, state, and local officers and agents. And the purpose of the task force is to combat violent crimes. The typical violent crime you think of in bank robbery, drugs, extortions. And we also got involved in crimes against children as it relates to the Lindbergh Law from 1932.
Okay. And were you employed in that capacity on that task force along with the FBI when you were asked to aid in the investigation of missing child Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Okay. What were you tasked with doing?
Detective Strickler from the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office notified me that there was a missing child in Sullivan County under the tender age, which by statute is 12 years old.
Okay.
That gives the FBI jurisdictional authority to assist local agencies in trying to find that missing child.
Okay.
So I actually didn't have any agents available to come talk with Detective Strickler. So myself and another task force officer came here to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office and met with Detective Strickler in regards to missing juvenile.
Okay. So in order for it to make sure I'm clear, in order for the FBI to be able to have jurisdiction and to provide aid, it needs to be a child 12 years of age or younger.
By our policy, we use the Lindbergh Law, the tender age law of 12.
Okay.
It gives us jurisdiction to work those cases.
Okay.
However, we're not restricted by that if someone asks for help either.
Okay. So tender age being 12 or under 12?
Or younger, yes, ma'am,
Okay.
that's correct.
And at some point in the investigation, did you yourself speak with Megan Boswell, the defendant?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. Was anyone else present when you spoke with Megan Boswell?
Yes, ma'am. Task Force Officer Todd Wilcox
Okay.
was also present during that interview.
Okay. And what agency was Todd Wilcox employed with?
Todd was assigned full-time to the FBI Safe Streets Task Force, but his home office was the Irwin Police Department.
Okay. And on February 19th, 2020, is that when the interview took place with Megan Boswell, with Todd Wilcox being present as well?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And where did that interview take place?
That interview occurred here at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And where in the sheriff's office did it occur?
There was a room, I'm going to assume it was an interview room outside of the detective's offices.
Okay. Is that located in Sullivan County, Tennessee?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. Was this interview video or audio recorded?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury why it was not?
Certainly. FBI policy does not allow us to audio or video record interviews outside of FBI space.
Okay.
If we are in FBI space, then certainly that's an option, but this interview was not recorded.
Okay. Let's see. Do you know how Megan Boswell got to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office that day?
I don't have, she volunteered, she spoke with me, she said voluntarily, but I'm not sure exactly if someone dropped her off, if she
Okay.
walked there. I don't know.
Okay. So you sat down with an interview with her, and what did she tell you regarding her missing child, Evelyn Boswell?
She told me and Agent Wilcox that she had last seen Evelyn Boswell on December the 25th of 2019.
Okay. And where did she say she had last seen Evelyn?
She last saw Evelyn at the residence of Ethan Perry's grandparents. I believe their names were Carl and Sherry.
Okay. And did she state that she left Evelyn there? Or did she state that she took Evelyn back after she went to that residence?
Yes, ma'am. I'll back up a little bit. The 25th is the last time she said that she saw her.
Okay.
She did tell me that she dropped her off at the residence on the 24th of December, the day before.
Okay. Was she able to give you an exact address of where she said Ethan was staying?
No, ma'am, she could not.
Okay. Did she say when she went to Carl and Sherry Perry's residence whether or not anyone was with her?
When she dropped Evelyn off on the 24th of
The
December,
24th. Okay.
yes, ma'am, she indicated that she did that alone, that no one was with her when she
Alone.
dropped her off.
Okay. Did she tell you what she did after she dropped Evelyn off that day?
Yes, ma'am. She informed me that she and her family then went with her boyfriend at the time, a fellow by the name of Hunter Woods.
Okay.
That Hunter and her family went to Margaritaville in Pigeon Forge, spent the night in Margaritaville, and then came back to the Sullivan County area on December the 25th.
Okay. Okay. Did she tell you if she went back to the Perry's residence after she dropped her off on December 24th?
Yes, ma'am, she did. She indicated that she went back on the 25th.
Okay. Did she say why she went back?
Yes, ma'am. Upon returning from Pigeon Forge, Margaritaville at Pigeon Forge, Ms. Boswell indicated that she stopped by Tommy's house, I think Tommy Boswell Jr., if I
Okay.
remember correctly, and picked up some Christmas presents for Evelyn Boswell.
Okay.
On the 25th, she and her boyfriend, Mr. Woods, took the presents to the Perry's residence to drop them off for Evelyn.
Okay. And did she say whether or not they went into the house that day?
Ms. Boswell indicated that Mr. Woods did not go with her up to the residence, that he dropped her off at the end of the driveway. She walked to the residence, and that she did not go into the house that day.
Okay. So she indicated that Hunter Wood stayed at the end of the driveway.
That's correct.
So did she indicate that they didn't even pull up to the top of the driveway to the house?
She indicated they did not pull up to the top of the driveway.
Why did she say that she wouldn't pull up to the top of the driveway?
She had some concern that Mr. Perry and Mr. Woods may get in some sort of argument or altercation. Therefore, Mr. Woods stayed at the bottom of the driveway, and Ms. Boswell went up to the residence alone.
Okay. Did she indicate that she spoke with Ethan that day?
She did, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did she indicate whether or not she saw Evelyn that day?
She indicated that she did see Evelyn on the 25th, but according to memory, she saw her on the 25th, but less than an hour.
Less than an hour. Okay. Did she indicate whether she saw anyone else at the residence that day?
No, ma'am, she did not.
Okay. And did she indicate that she went back to the residence at any time after that?
I don't have a recollection that she went back. I know she tried to make contact, she said, with her daughter Evelyn later, but I don't recall she going back. She went back to the residence.
Okay, so it's your belief that the last date was December 25th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. To your knowledge, did she tell you whether or not she'd ever left Evelyn with Ethan Perry prior to this time?
I don't recall that she indicated she had ever left her daughter with Ethan Perry prior to this.
Did she talk at all about the fact that Ethan was in the Army?
Yes, ma'am, she did.
Okay. What did she say about that?
She told me that Ethan was in the Army, that he was home on break, and that she was going to let her daughter Evelyn stay with Ethan, who she indicated was his biological father, for the holiday.
Okay.
And that he also indicated that his contract was up or was soon to be up with the Army.
Okay. Okay, so after that date, December 25th, did the defendant indicate that she continued to go over to Ethan's house to try to see Evelyn?
No, ma'am, she did not.
Okay. So did she tell you she did not try to go back over?
Yes, ma'am. I recall having a conversation, and she said that she called, I think on New Year's Eve.
Okay.
But that she did not see Evelyn. There was some discussion, she indicated, between her at some point. I don't know if it was the 24th or 25th. I don't recall specifically. Maybe both days. She said they did get to an argument that Mr. Perry said that he was going to try to get custody
Okay. So she's telling you that Ethan had threatened her.
With attempting to get custody of Evelyn, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did she show you any proof of any custody paperwork at any time?
She did not. I recall asking her who the biological father was on the birth certificate, and she indicated that it was not Mr. Perry. But I don't have any recollection of who that person was, if listed at all.
So at some point she told you Ethan Perry was not the father.
Not listed on the birth certificate.
Not listed on the birth certificate. Okay, I apologize. Okay. So did Megan ever say why she hadn't contacted law enforcement when she could not get in touch with Ethan Perry?
Yes, ma'am, she did. I asked that question, and she said that because Mr. Perry had made threats that he would attempt to gain custody of the child,
Okay.
that she was fearful if she went to law enforcement that would further anger him and bolster his case about getting custody of the child.
Okay. Okay, so Megan has told you that she's never left Evelyn to stay with Ethan before this date. Did she ever explain to you why she felt like it was okay to leave Evelyn with essentially a stranger to Evelyn?
She indicated that she was, I recall her using the words worn out,
Okay.
that Evelyn was attached to her at the hip, and she needed a break, that she had taken care of Evelyn for a year, and she felt like it was time for Mr. Perry to step up.
Okay.
And that she had also been taking care of her father or stepfather's children, other children in the home.
Okay.
And she was tired.
Did she indicate whether or not she could handle Evelyn herself?
She indicated she was just getting too much to handle. Yes, ma'am.
Did you explain to Megan Boswell that the repercussions of lying to an FBI agent?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did she indicate that she understood?
Yes, ma'am, she did verbally.
Okay. Did she ever tell you she wanted to correct any of the information that she had given you?
No, ma'am, I went through all of the information in the notes that were taken and read them back to Ms. Boswell, and she indicated she had nothing to correct.
Okay. So she continued to say that everything that she told you about Ethan was true.
That's correct. Yes, ma'am,
Okay.
she did.
During this interview, can you describe Megan Boswell's demeanor?
Yes, ma'am. Megan Boswell was very matter of fact, completely unemotional. It seemed to be unattached to the gravity of trying to locate a 1-year-old child at the time. She did show some emotion, began to tear up a little when I told her that she could be charged with a felony pursuant to lying to an agent if what she was saying was not true.
Okay. Okay, so after that date, as the investigation continued, were you able to confirm whether the story she was telling you on that date was true or not?
At a later date, yes, ma'am. I was able to confirm that she had not been truthful with me during that initial interview.
Okay. Please answer any questions the defense has for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Stop.
Good afternoon, Mr. Blanton. My name is Gene Scott. How are you?
Great, sir. Hope you are.
Thank you. What time of day was it when you arrived at the sheriff's department to conduct this interview?
It would have been in the afternoon. I can't give you an exact time, but I recall Detective Strickland calling me. I was actually sitting at my desk, so it was in the afternoon, if I recall correctly.
Okay. And as I understand it, it was at your behest that the interview was not recorded in that room. You had the cameras turned off because of FBI policy.
Yes, sir. The FBI, we take copious notes and document thoroughly and go back over with the person we're interviewing to make sure the person is true and accurate in what we have documented. And our policy at the time, and I've been retired for a few years, but our policy at the time was not to record those interviews.
Okay.
Not unless they occurred in FBI space.
Prior to conducting this interview, had you watched any other interviews of Megan Boswell with law enforcement?
No, sir, I had not personally watched any.
Okay. Has you been made aware of other interviews with her?
It seems like Detective Strickler may have spoken with her prior to me speaking with her, but I don't know I don't know the gist of those interviews.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
You direct?
No, Your Honor.
Is he free to go?
What day did he talk to her?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony.
Yes,
What was the date he talked to her? That he also talked to her on the 20th? Okay. Thank you, Chancy. Yeah, we're going. Let's go.
Raise your right hand, state your name.
David Gratz.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
And we've heard from him before in pretrial hearings.
Thank you. Please tell the jury your name and please spell your last name for them, please.
My name is David Gratz. It's spelled Gratz.
Where are you currently employed?
I'm an attorney in the private practice of law.
Okay. And prior to that, where were you employed?
By the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
Okay. When did you first start with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
In August of 2019.
Okay. And what was your title during that time?
I was a special agent criminal investigator.
Okay. Can you give the jury a brief summation of what that job entails?
Yes, I was assigned to the criminal investigation division. So it's what a larger department might call like a major crimes unit. So we investigated things like death investigations, missing persons, adults and children, officer-involved shootings, and public corruption.
If you can also just give the jury a brief summation of your education up until the point of starting your first job.
So I graduated from East Tennessee State University with a bachelor's degree in 2011. I continued on and went to law school at Lincoln Memorial University School of Law and graduated with a law degree in 2014. And do you want me to go into my first employment?
Please.
My first position was with the District Attorney General's office in the 3rd Judicial District, primarily assigned in Morristown.
Okay. And then you went to the TBI thereafter. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And were you employed with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation in February of 2020?
Yes, I was.
And were you called to assist in the investigation of missing child Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Which agency requested the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation's help?
Initially, it was called in by the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office for us to assist in an investigation of a missing child. And later, we were formally requested in writing to assist by the District Attorney General, Barry's office.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What is it?
This is a formal request for investigation, commonly issued by district attorney generals throughout the state to request the TBI to investigate facts and circumstances of a potential crime.
Okay. And is that how the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation essentially is officially called in to investigations?
In a lot of what CID does, yes, we are requested by the District Attorney General.
Okay. And on this specific request, what were you being asked to do?
It's essentially just to gather the facts and circumstances of the whereabouts of a missing child. That
Okay.
was Evelyn Boswell.
Okay. Were you given any background information to help you start your investigation?
And like most cases, you receive very little background information. Initially, I was just essentially told that she was missing, that her mother had been located, and law enforcement had talked to her at that point. And I think that's about all I was told initially.
Okay. And we can pass that back. We're not going to put that into evidence. I just wanted you to be able to see that document.
Thank you. Thank you.
We approach her.
This is yeah, everybody, it's not me. I'm not the one that's like wheezing over there. Like, that's not me.
We pass you a document.
Thank you.
And I'm going to ask if you recognize that document.
Yes, I do.
Okay. What is it?
This is essentially a standard form made by TBI in Nashville of an Amber Alert poster. And it was issued specifically for the victim here, Evelyn Boswell.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the Amber Alert that was prepared and in regards to missing child Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, it is.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 185.
Would be 185.
Defense. And permission to publish, Your Honor. Okay. I'm going to ask you a few questions about this. You said this is the Amber Alert that was sent out in regard to missing child Evelyn Boswell. Is that right?
That is correct.
Do you recall when the Amber Alert was issued?
Yes, it was in the evening of February the 19th,
Okay.
2020.
Okay. February 19th. Okay. And where does that go? Does that go just to the state of Tennessee, or how is the determination made on how far that would go?
That's a question that I don't specifically know the answer to. I
Okay.
know they are issued statewide.
Okay.
I know depending on the location, it can travel over into different states at times.
Okay. And the information on the bottom of this, it's pretty small print.
I can see it.
Okay, you can see it, okay?
I can.
Is the information listed here, where had the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation taken these details that are listed on the Amber Alert?
I'm sorry, I don't think I understand your question.
Where did you get the information that Evelyn was last seen wearing a pink tracksuit?
That information was provided to us by the defendant.
Okay. Where did you get information about a BMW?
Also from the defendant.
Okay. All right. Okay. So after the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation was assigned, can you give a brief description of how you, let me back up one step. What was your role in this investigation with the TBI?
I was assigned as the TBI case agent.
Okay, so that means essentially the lead case agent over the case for the TBI.
For TBI, yes.
Okay, so after you were assigned this investigation, can you give us a brief description of how you conducted your investigation?
So initially, you just arrive on scene and you try to get as much information as you can. You talk to the people who have already been there, find out what they have done. You talk with the local agency or agencies that are already involved, and you really just try to understand what's going on in the investigation and what has been done so far.
Okay, and were you working with other agencies at this point?
Yes.
Okay, which other agencies around February 18th, February 19th?
When I first arrived, it was TBI was on scene at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office with Sullivan County, and I believe there were members of the Federal Bureau of Investigation on scene, FBI.
Okay, and how do you meet? How did all these agencies coming together? How do they decide how to execute a plan in an investigation like this?
In the initial phases, you really do the best you can, but it oftentimes goes to either the case agent or the highest in chain of command that is on scene, and they get together and decide which agency will play a role in what, and you just divvy up tasks.
Okay. As part of what you did you go to the trailer that Megan Boswell lived in with Evelyn prior to Evelyn going missing?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember when you went to that trailer?
That would have been the evening of the 19th of 2020, February 19th.
So the same day the Amber Alert went out?
That is correct.
Okay. Anyone go with you to that trailer?
Yes, investigator Tracy Haraz with the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. Why did you go there?
We were going initially to meet a young man named Austin Feller.
Okay. And did the defendant still live at that trailer?
No, she no longer lived there.
Okay. Was anyone living in that trailer at the time?
Yes, there were current tenants who had moved in.
Okay. If I could please see exhibits number 49 and 50.
I'm going to pause it real quick, and then I'm going to show you guys this other video. Hold on really quick. Because I need to be able to fast forward. He's so slow talking, but for the purposes of what he's about to testify to, I think it's a good video for anybody who hasn't seen it. And I didn't show it in the preview, so
Today, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation says it assisted the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office in executing a search warrant at a mobile home park on Buffalo Road in Blountville. A Sheriff's Office spokesperson told us the search was a planned search in relation to the Evelyn Boswell case. News Channel 11's Kaylin Cluck was at the scene and spoke with a person at the trailer that was searched. She joins us live with details.
Investigators from both the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office and the TBI were at Lakeshore RV Park today searching a trailer. Now, after that investigation wrapped up, I was able to speak with a person living inside that trailer and ask exactly what happened. Zachary Warfield says he's lived at the trailer off Buffalo Road in Blountville for only a couple months, but he told us who may have lived there previously.
I think the mother and the daughter, but
Megan and Evelyn?
yeah.
Warfield says he had no relation to the Boswells, but amid the investigation into Evelyn's disappearance, he says authorities have visited the trailer before.
That's the first time they had an investigation team, but there were a couple of detectives that have came here before and asked a couple of questions.
Warfield says investigators searched through the trailer and dug under and around it. He says investigators found what he described as a brown bag beneath the trailer.
They were digging around back there because they saw some soft ground, but that's pretty much it.
Okay, is that where they found the item?
No, they found the item under the trailer.
Can you just, do you know where that is?
Yeah.
Check his pants, guys. Check his pants. I love it.
Right around here. Right under there.
Okay. And can you just describe one more time what you saw them take out of there?
It was a brown bag. I don't know whether it was paper or plastic, but it was a brown bag about that big.
Footage from when investigators were leaving the scene does show one official carrying out a brown bag. Sullivan County Sheriff's Office Captain Andy Siebel says they aren't releasing any details regarding follow-up activities to the investigation. He also says they, along with the TBI and FBI, continue to search for Evelyn Boswell.
All right, I just thought that was, it's interesting because he does say like there was two law enforcement people who came out and talked, prior to that search. So that search was the 28th, I believe, if I remember correctly. And so I think he's going to be talking about the first time they go out there. Only one male in Tennessee has been ruled out as being the baby daddy. The options are endless. What's in the bag? What's in the box? What's in the box? Yeah, he had some pretty purple nails too. I don't think that video was long enough for me to do any damage to his speed though. Let's see. No, because they're just not even talking. They don't even care. They're like, oh, Teresa left the stream, so we're just gonna wait. We'll just sit here and wait and read papers until.
I'm going to show you two documents that have already been introduced into evidence. Is this the trailer that you were describing as being the defendant's trailer?
Yes,
Okay. Just another view. Is that an accurate view of that trailer?
it is.
Okay. And do you know the street address for that trailer?
I believe it's
Okay, so there's officially two people in Tennessee that have been ruled out as the baby daddy. We only know of two at this point.
at 976 Sugar Hollow Road.
Okay. Is that located in Sullivan County, Tennessee?
It is.
Okay. Were you able to determine who actually owned the trailer?
Yes, I believe it belonged to the defendant's family, either her dad or her brother, some type of association owned it.
Okay. Were you able to determine if the defendant had left any property behind when she moved out?
Yes, we learned that there was still some property at the site.
And were you given consent to search that site and or anything attached to that property?
Yes, we were given consent to search a small outbuilding that was right there next to that trailer.
Okay. And did you also conduct a search outside the trailer?
I did, yes.
What were you looking for?
Any signs of disturbed dirt, anything that would lead us to believe that the victim may still be there, or anything that would lead us to her current whereabouts.
Okay. Did you find Evelyn?
No, we did not.
Did you find anything else that was significant to the investigation regarding anything associated with Evelyn?
We did inside of the shed that was next to the trailer.
Okay. So what did you find in the shed?
A stroller that had been left behind.
Okay. I'm going to show you 2 photographs.
Okay, so they found a stroller. This is interesting. Is it worth any evidentiary value? I mean, we're showing it, but yeah, Perry was the military guy. He's already testified. Did they do a DNA test of Caleb? They weren't even dating until after Evelyn was born. Is that true, Thomas? I don't think he was in the picture at time of conception, so. Ethan is the military guy. He's not the father. She tried to convince him that he was the father, but they were together over Christmas, and Evelyn was born a preemie in November, the end of November. Cameraman, stop doing that. Yeah, exactly. Stop it. We're going to get everybody in trouble, and we're not going to get to watch the trial anymore. Yeah, his name is Ethan Perry. They apparently know who the baby daddy is, though, so they did find him. Oh, you got Caleb and Ethan tangled up. Well, it is Tennessee. Sorry, Tennesseans. Just joking. So did Megan. Oh, dang, Linda. Oh my God, that was perfect. So did Megan. They hit a search nationwide. All right, come on, let's go. How long are we gonna just sit here? Let's make it happen. Trying to speed up just so they can slow down. I don't even know why I bother. Yeah, they are, and I just keep fast forwarding it too.
You still have the photographs?
Yes, I do.
You still have the photographs? Okay.
I do.
Okay. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
What is it?
These are 2 photographs of the stroller we found that evening.
Okay. And were you able to determine whose property that was?
Yes, this belonged to the defendant.
Okay. So when you say belonged to the defendant, you found it where again?
In the shed that's essentially not attached, but very close to the trailer where the defendant was living.
Okay. So did not buy, you said there were new tenants in that trailer.
That is correct.
Okay. They indicate that that was their stroller.
No, they,
So bad. Oh yeah, cool. If I saw that, and I also saw that there people were saying that it's the mom's boyfriend, William McLeod, but I mean, talk about a twist.
Objection sustained.
So bad. We're so bad here. Let's go
Did you
back.
locate anything else of relevance to this investigation inside the shed?
not that I can recall.
At this time, we're gonna, well, let me ask this. The photographs, are they fair and accurate representation of how the stroller appeared on that date?
Yes.
Okay. We'd ask those be made, if possible, collective exhibit number 186.
The collective 186 over the defendant's objection.
Permission to publish.
This is the shed at the trailer, not the shed at the house. This is the shed at the trailer park.
Is this the stroller that was inside the shed that day?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Is this just a side view of that same stroller?
Correct.
Okay. Did you also take the stroller itself into evidence?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
Duh, it's sitting right there in your courtroom.
Your Honor, may he step down for a second? If you could step down to where the microphone is. And I'm going to ask if you can identify this piece, if you can recognize what that is.
Yes, I recognize that.
Okay, and what is it?
It's the stroller we found at the defendant's former trailer.
Okay. We'd ask that be made exhibit number 187.
Be full exhibit 187 over objection.
We're not going to know anything about what the significance is until we have somebody come in from the lab that tells us what they found on this.
And Your Honor, would you like for us to fold that up? They're not always the easiest. Ooh, good job.
4 or 4:30 salty sweet tea. I don't remember which one. 4:30 ish.
Do you need help?
Hey Tammy. Well, we now know why they slotted this for being a 2 to 4 week trial.
There you go. Thank you. So I'm assuming, was law enforcement working long hours during these first few days?
Absolutely.
Okay. Did you attempt to interview the defendant about Evelyn?
Yes, later that night.
Okay. And what would the date have been for that?
When we attempted the interview, it was on February 19th of 2020.
Okay. And about what time did that interview start?
Shortly before midnight and continued on into the early morning hours of February the 20th.
Okay. Where did it take place?
At the sheriff's office here in
Okay. Was this interview audio or video recorded?
I believe that interview was audio only recorded.
Okay. And is that office that you interviewed located in Sullivan County, Tennessee?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Prior to talking with the defendant, did you Mirandize her?
I did.
Yes.
Did she agree to speak
Good
with
job.
you?
She did.
During this interview, did she tell you the last time that she saw Evelyn?
Yes, she did.
Okay. When did she say she last saw Evelyn?
The day after Christmas, on the 26th of December, 2019.
Okay. Where did she say she saw Evelyn?
At Ethan Perry's grandparents' house.
Who did she say Ethan was in relation to Evelyn?
She had told us, or the defendant being she, had told us that Ethan Perry was Evelyn's father.
Did you talk with her about where Ethan was living?
I did, yes.
Okay, what did you tell her?
Told her that, we had learned that Ethan was full-time in the military and was currently living on a base in Louisiana, I believe, and was living in a barracks on a base.
Okay. Had law enforcement already talked to Ethan at this point?
Yes, they had the Army's branch of CID.
Okay. And did you tell the defendant that?
I did.
What did you tell her about Ethan and Evelyn?
I essentially just told her that law enforcement had cleared that idea that Ethan had Evelyn inside of a barracks. And
okay. Did Megan stay with that story about Ethan?
At that time, she maintained that all she knew was that Ethan had Evelyn.
Okay. And where did she say that she had been living?
As of recently, she told us, the defendant told us she had been living with her boyfriend, Hunter.
Okay. Did you ask her if Hunter could have hurt Evelyn?
I did. I asked that specifically.
What did she say?
The defendant said that Hunter would not do that.
Did you ask her if Hunter had been around Evelyn at all?
I did, yes.
And what did she say?
Essentially, no. At that point, she said Hunter had never been around Evelyn.
Okay. Did she say if Hunter had ever babysat Evelyn?
We were told by the defendant that Hunter never babysat Evelyn.
Did she say if Hunter had ever held Evelyn?
The defendant told us that Hunter never held Evelyn.
Okay. Did you ask her if Evelyn had ever stayed at Hunter's house over on Sandy Point?
Yes, I asked her about that, and the defendant told me that no, Evelyn had never stayed over at Hunter's residence.
Okay. Prior to when she said she left Evelyn with Ethan, did she indicate whether she'd ever left Evelyn with Ethan in the past?
No, she told us that Ethan had never kept Evelyn alone prior to that day.
Okay. Did she tell you whether or not Evelyn had met Ethan before?
They had been introduced, I believe, briefly prior to that day on a trip to Texas.
Okay. Did the defendant tell you how many times she'd seen Evelyn after leaving her with Ethan in December?
I believe that we had talked about that, yes.
Okay. Do you recall how many times she said she'd seen Evelyn?
I don't think she had seen Evelyn at all after that December 26th date.
I'll not make the objection. We approach the bench.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you go with the officer. Everyone stand, please.
Oh, come on. What are we breaking for now? is going on? Why are we breaking? Snacks have arrived? That would make sense. His hair does not move. No. He's too pretty.
You may be seated. Thank you. We'll take about a 15-minute break. Mr. Gatz, please do not discuss your testimony with any other witness.
You're too caught up for a 15-minute break. Why
Of course,
did I
access.
got freaking I think I do most of the time. I really do. Okay, well, let's see what else we can look at. What else do we have? We have some car stuff. Well, we still don't actually have any answers about the car, so I guess we don't really need to look back at that. We checked that out yesterday. Is that men's hairspray or mousse? Maybe it's gel. Oh, you know what? It's like the waxing gel. Hey, Aries girl. It looks like Dale from Private Practice. You went old school on that one. It's like the waxing gel. All right, what else do we have that we can look at? Let me pull up some pics or whatever. What else do we got? Oh, we have this. I'll show you guys this one. This is Hunter when he was arrested back in June of 2024. I'm old, you know this. Well, I knew what you were referring to, so that doesn't help. So yeah, here he is, booked back in June. I mean, I don't know. It's interesting. We don't know what's going on with the stroller yet. We should find out once they start testing. Let me see what else. I already showed you guys. I think I showed you guys that one. So that's back when Evelyn went missing. This is now. Hunter was arrested for DV. Yeah, can't see his kid due to DV. Logically, that's my understanding. Yes. But I mean, this one's not DV. I don't think. I don't remember because he's been arrested a shit ton of times. This one's for failure to appear to court for a felony offense. I wonder if I saved. I used to have like somebody had made a collage of all of Hunter's mug shots that I used to have. I don't know if I still have it or not. But I mean, he's been arrested a ton. That's why I'm like, I'm not, in no way am I going to defend this dude's honor. I don't think that he's a great guy. I just want them to be able to connect that he actually had anything to do with Evelyn at all. The timing is so. If they had a specific date, for day of death, then I think that would be pretty easy. But we don't have that. What's this one? Oh, this is also why people believe that he did. He was part owner, at least at one point, of the Hunter T's Chicken Shack, because his mom puts on, just wanted to say how proud I am of my son Hunter Wood and his dad Randy Wood on their new adventure. Stop by for some great food. Yeah, it was like that, but it was mugshots. Yeah, I think he's 30 now. I'm just looking at other pictures, see what I have. Did that one open? Why isn't that one opening? I don't know why that one, there it is. This is in February with Hunter and Megan over here. I think I already showed you guys Angela and William walking walking the streets. What's this one? Nope, Delphi. Never mind. I don't know how it's in the mix, but it is. Still never found a date for the picture where Evelyn is wearing the purple penguin PJs. I cannot find a date that was posted. Cannot find it to save my life. It's a cutie pie. There's William McLeod, mom Angela's boyfriend. I think this one's Angela. There's mom. See, I mean, if you go with like genetic wise, like Evelyn kind of looks like her. I don't know if I have a collage that would fit all those pictures, so I may have to do a couple of them. The last one was Halloween, yes. Looked for it too and couldn't find it. It's been 5 hard years on Hunter. Absolutely. Absolutely. But I mean, everybody who's commented on social media about knowing him says that he was also big in drugs. So I don't know. Yeah, Delphi's everywhere. Exactly when they started dating, December 2nd is when she started at the Chicken Shack. And so it's like right after that, within that week. Hunter's Chicken Shack was across from the airport. Just down the road was the Purple Cow, owned by that clown killer who killed her boyfriend's wife in Florida. No way! Really? Did she ever finally go to trial? That was like, I mean, it was an old case, but it was, they kept bumping that trial. Did she ever go to trial? What a weird coincidence. Talk about some true crime trivia right there, Chloe Bites. My meds are kicking in. I'm going to have to come back to watch a replay. Okay. You just want to do it on 2 times speed. I know what you're doing, Thomas. What coincides with the last sighting of Evelyn? As of right now, we know for sure she was seen on Thanksgiving. And then we have a potential babysitter the first week of December. We have a potential lunch with a friend where she said Evelyn was dirty and yucky. I mean, that's really it. I mean, the last actually confirmed day anybody saw her was November 28th. Thomas, what happens? What are we going to do, Thomas, if they ask what was in the box? Should I message you and be like, they asked the question, you need to get back in here? Oh my God, my cousin was a clown arrested and went to jail in Florida. Noodles the clown, evil bastard. Now that's freaking weird. I'm still sticking with it. I think Evelyn died the 4th, 5th. Yeah, both eateries are 10 to 15 minutes away from each other. I live in a county neighboring Sullivan County. That's just a weird coinkydink right there. Did she end up going to trial though? Let me see. I was following that, and then they just kept pushing it out, and I think it kind of went on the back burner. Killer. Make sure it's the same one. I don't think there's two of these, but just in case. Murder by clown. Someone dressed as a clown haunted not just the public, but just by identifying two suspects. In this case, so much interest. Who is afraid of a killer? Where is her normal pictures? No. No. Hold on. Bring this back over here so I can actually scroll it faster. Oh, she ended up pleading guilty. She ended up pleading guilty back in 2023. Maybe I do remember that. Sheila Keen Warren. She only got 12 years? She only got 12 years? And she'd already served 6 of them while awaiting trial. They expect her to be released at the beginning of 2025. What? For good behavior. Is this the same one you're talking about? I want to make sure this is the same one you're talking about. Hold on. Jura's like, I hate clowns. The lady dressed as a clown. Death by clown, my worst nightmare. I actually rode motorcycles with her old man and my neighbor a couple of times. Ooh, interesting. Death by spider. That'd be my daughter's worst fear. Mad about Maya. Has the state said what their theory is about the night she died? No, they have not. She didn't. Did she know she put her in there alive or try to beat? They have not discussed that at all. Not yet. I think Summer was taken, and I think Evelyn was just killed by her mom. But that's mine, Blue Bio. That's my thoughts. Did she kill a clown or did she dress it? She dressed as the clown, went to the front door, and then that was it. And then killed her. Here we go. No, I didn't. Oh. Wait, what? Catastrophe? What happened now? I didn't know that either, Chloe, until I just read it right now.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We're caught up with the live. What's going on? There's a discovery violation. What are we talking about?
I'm trying to remember where we left off. Give me just a second.
They just went to break. Carla's like, I'm so lost right now.
I think we had left off on
Oh, maybe she
me asking you if the defendant had told you how many times she had seen Evelyn after leaving her with Ethan.
Thank you, Kat.
Is that the last question I asked you?
I think we were somewhere in that area for
Okay.
sure.
And do you remember what she told you?
I believe what she said was that she had not seen Evelyn since that day.
Okay. Did she tell you that she had been trying to get in touch with Ethan?
Okay, hold on. So we were talking about a different case because it just so happens that this case, the restaurant is right down the road from another restaurant that is owned by another or by a convicted killer. So we ended up kind of talking about that case because the two restaurants are really close together and it just the coincidence of it. And then I realized that I hadn't seen an update on that other case for a while. So I went and looked at the update. And it's the clown, it's a killer clown. It's like from the 90s. The wife, no, wait. The girlfriend went from Tennessee to Florida and killed her boyfriend's wife. And she had dressed as a clown, knocked on the door, and killed her. And they arrested her, like 8 years ago-ish. And it kept getting pushed off because of COVID and just all kinds of just issues, which apparently there was discovery violations, which is what Catastrophe's talking about. A car dealership, restaurant and a car dealership, restaurant and a car dealership, restaurant and a car dealership. That was another restaurant, but no, you didn't. It was just it was interesting trivia, absolutely. Plus, it made me go actually look at an update on that case, which I hadn't. So anyway, no drama, just confused. I confused the chat by talking about two different cases while we were on break. Now we are back in action with Dimples on the stand. Slow talking Dimples. They owned a dealership in Florida and a restaurant in Tennessee. Okay, thank you. I thought it was a restaurant. Maybe we could just do a live on that case so that we can get caught up on that one. But we'll go back to Evelyn Boswell.
I think she said she'd reached out to him maybe one time, once or twice.
Okay. Did she ever tell you that she was getting worried about Evelyn and her safety?
No, I think she said she just hadn't really given it a lot of thought.
Okay. Did you ask why she hadn't contacted law enforcement?
We did.
What'd she say?
I think she just said she didn't really have a good.
I think. Yeah, Carla. Okay. You can't just be testifying all willy-nilly about what he thinks she said. Where's his reports?
Sustained.
Okay, so I'm going to ask when I ask you a question. If you don't know the answer, you don't have to tell me.
Sure.
Hi, Queen.
We try not to speculate with words like "I think" or things like that. Okay, so I may back up just a few questions and ask you those questions.
He's an attorney. Just FYI, this guy is now an attorney. He knows that.
Again, okay. Did Megan say she tried to get in touch with Ethan after the last time she had seen Evelyn?
I know she said that, yes.
Okay. Did she say she ever got worried about Evelyn and or her safety?
She said she had not.
Okay. Did you ask her why she hadn't contacted law enforcement?
We did. We did ask her that.
And what was her response?
Specifically, I don't recall what she said.
Okay. What was her demeanor during this interview?
I would describe it as just very nonchalant.
Okay. And on this same day, do you recall being present when she was interviewed again?
Yes.
Okay. And was anyone else present during that interview?
Yes.
And who was present?
At the time, it was Sergeant Matt Price.
Okay. Was the interview audio and video recorded?
It was.
And where did it take place?
It was also at the sheriff's office.
Okay. And is that in Sullivan County, Tennessee?
It is.
How much time had passed from the interview we just talked about to this interview that we're getting ready to talk about?
Something like 8 hours. The interview we initially discussed ended at around 3 a.m. The interview at the next day was around midday, noon.
Okay. So you said the first one ended around 3 a.m. Is that right?
That is correct.
And what time do you believe the second one began?
It was around noon the following day, the 20th.
Okay. Without going into the details of that interview, we're going to go ahead and jump ahead to the following day, February 21st. Was the defendant interviewed again on February 21st?
She was.
Was anyone else present for that interview?
Matt Price,
Okay.
sheriff's office.
Okay. And was that interview also audio, video recorded?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Prior to that interview, had the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation collected some of Megan Boswell's property from the residents of Hunter Wood?
Yes, a couple of our agents had collected some of her property.
Okay. And did Megan Boswell give you consent to search and collect those items?
She did.
Okay. Just a second. Okay. Okay. Let's pass you some items from evidence. Would you prefer? I'll just send that.
Scissors up there. There's a pair of scissors.
If you want.
Thank you.
If you could just, there should be some gloves up there. Do you see gloves up on the table?
I do. I'm putting them on now.
Okay. Oh, yeah, two of them. Tell me the handle. You have that one open?
No, I was sort of waiting on you to ask
Okay.
a question.
If you could go ahead and open that item.
Oh, I can
Okay,
see
can
that.
you tell me what that is?
Mm-hmm.
This is a small Polaroid type picture that the defendant described was taken at I believe that one was the Blowing Rock trip in North Carolina.
Okay. And to your knowledge, is there a date at all on that? There may not be, I don't know.
This photograph does not have a date on it.
Okay. And where did you obtain that photo? Was that from, where was that photograph obtained from?
It was from a box of belongings belonged to the defendant.
Okay. We asked that be made exhibit number 188.
You want it back in the
They don't do dates. As Legal AC says, they don't have calendars in Tennessee. They have no idea what date it is.
May we publish, Your Honor?
I don't know what is with this photo. No idea. Sorry, I was snacking on a bag of apple slices. Nothing to see here. We don't know what day it is. We don't know what year it is. But I mean, at least the jury is from Tennessee too, so they don't do dates either, so they're good with it.
Permission to publish? Okay.
What the heck?
And how did you know what this was a photograph of?
At the time during the interview, myself and Sergeant Price were sitting there with the defendant, pulling these items out, asking her to describe these items to us.
Okay. And she described that as being from Blowing Rock.
That's correct.
What?
Okay. Oh, actually, I want to.
Could I get that exact knife?
Again, I'm going to ask to open it and see if you can identify it.
All right.
Okay. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
These are a couple of the brochures the defendant described as coming from the trip that they had taken over to North Carolina, they being the defendant and her boyfriend, Hunter.
Okay. So how many documents do you have in front of you?
3.
Okay. And what are they individually?
One is titled The Official Visitor's Map and Guide to Blowing Rock, North Carolina.
Okay.
Another one is Mystery Hill, which has a map of North Carolina. North Carolina's natural gravitational anomaly.
Okay.
Another one is North Carolina's oldest tourist attraction, the Blowing Rock.
Okay. If you could slide those back in, I'm going to show them to the defense really quickly.
Low light, I think it's end of next week.
Your Honor, we'd offer this as exhibit number 189, please.
The objection? No. Collected exhibit
That's hilarious, Chloe. They do have dates. They do have dates in Tennessee. The other day, the next day, that day, directly, which means I will do that directly, used in a sentence. That's hilarious. I have no idea how this is important.
And where did you find those brochures?
They were with the defendant's belongings.
And where were, when you say the defendant's belongings, where were those belongings located?
Inside the residence of Hunter Wood.
Okay. I see the next.
Like someday, around that day.
Okay.
Okay. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What is it?
These are photographs of the defendant and Hunter Wood.
Okay. And is that also something that you collected from her belongings?
Yes.
Okay. Is it any, does it appear, well, if I could just pass those back first and let Mr. Scott take a look at those. Can we approach?
Good Lord, some of us do use a damn calendar. We know you use a calendar and you ain't the baby daddy. Come on, let's go. I don't know, but if they don't like pinpoint why this is relevant, I don't know if a jury's gonna remember any of this. Well, they may go, oh, that's that day that we had to sit there. Why they opened every fucking envelope one at a time and showed us brochures for a trip. Is this all just to prove that Evelyn wasn't with them?
All right, second part.
And we'd ask these be made.
Collected 190.
Or is this going to be around? Is this going to be a trip around that is taken at the time that she actually was saying that she saw Evelyn?
Permission to publish.
Go ahead.
Never seen these.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of one of the photos that you took from the defendant's property?
Yes, it is.
Were these located within anything?
They were inside of a box that the defendant identified as hers.
Okay. Same thing with that one?
Yes.
Okay.
I think that that's exactly what they're doing. Is they're going through each count and proving this count she lied. When the jury sits there and goes, okay, count 12. This is what she lied about. This is when she lied. Okay, yes, this person and this person testified to that. So it seems kind of like out of, well, not necessarily out of order, but Thomas waited all day for a box. It's probably a pic of a box that is in a box.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What is it?
This is a card titled Thinking of You with Love.
Okay. And does it have any names on it?
Yes, the names on it are Maggie and Hunter.
Okay. And can you tell the jury where that was collected?
It was with the defendant's belongings.
Okay. You could pass that back, please.
Where's Connie today? I haven't seen Connie.
We resolved it.
We resolved it.
Oh, there's Connie.
You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
These are photographs of the victim, Evelyn, 2 photographs of Evelyn, 1 photograph of Evelyn with the defendant,
Okay. And where were those found?
with the defendant's belongings.
Okay. If you could pass those back, slide them back in the envelope and pass them back.
Yeah, he definitely is he's the slow and steady wins the race guy.
Sustained.
Indiana girl, I think she did discuss it, but it's not in what they showed us. Because they start talking about it in the next interview, so they already knew about it. Sure.
Recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a receipt from the Olive Garden on Northeastman Road in Kingsport, Tennessee.
Okay. Was that also taken from the defendant's property?
It was.
Okay. We'd ask that be offered as exhibit number 191. If I could have it passed back to the witness briefly. forgot to ask you, what is the date on that receipt?
It's January the 11th, 2020.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, I do love Olive Garden, so I kind of understand it. And Chili's. She went to Chili's too. Yeah, lock me up now. I agree.
I'm going to ask if I could please have, you saw that exhibit with you? You can pass that back down to the clerk. And then ask if exhibit number 29 or 21 can please be passed to the witness.
His slow speed is making him very unattractive.
Hold
Lacey, that's a freaking crime.
It would be number 91. Sorry. I'm going to ask if you could take a look at that.
I want Olive Garden too.
See if you recognize that.
Yes, I recognize this.
What is it?
This is a shirt that belonged to the victim, Evelyn Boswell.
Okay, where was that found?
It was inside what the defendant referenced as a baby box.
Okay. And where was that baby box located?
It was with the defendant's belongings.
At where?
Hunter's residence.
Hunter's residence, okay. Your Honor, we had previously marked that exhibit as number 91 for ID only. We'd ask that be made a full exhibit at this time.
Okay.
Agent Gratz, I'm going to ask for you. Let me ask the court, may I publish it, Your Honor? Agent Gratz, I'm going to ask for you to take it out of the package and show it to the jury, please.
Do you just want me to hold it up?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to stand up so everyone can see it. Thank you.
This is the one that she was made. That she made her, huh?
Okay, thanks.
That
No.
Erica Stacy made her. Where was that found?
I'm going to ask if exhibit 92 could please be passed to the witness. Same thing. I'm going to ask if you could open that exhibit and see if you can identify it. Don't charge the door yet. It's okay.
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
This is a child's blanket.
Okay. And does it have any special features on it that are identifiable? What type of blanket is it?
It's a shark blanket.
Okay.
Baby shark.
And where was that located?
It was with the defendant's belongings.
Okay. At Hunter's Woods residence?
Yes.
Okay. And was that also in that box that you're referencing?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, that had been previously marked as ID only. We would ask that it be made into a full exhibit.
Okay. Exhibit 92. Now you can.
Okay. May we publish it, Your Honor?
You want me to stand up again?
So long as the court is okay with that.
Is the box that they're referring to, is it the memory box?
Okay, thank you. So before we went through all of those, we were talking about that interview from February 21st with Sergeant, now Lieutenant Price. Was that interview audio and video recorded?
Yes, it was.
Where did it take place?
At the sheriff's office.
And is that in Sullivan County, Tennessee?
Yes, it is.
During this interview, you discussed a second ago the term memory box. At some point, did you have an interview with the defendant regarding this memory box?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Can you tell the jury a little bit about, just briefly, what you did with the defendant?
During that interview, we had what the defendant referred to as the memory box, and we pulled items out of it sort of one by one and had the defendant identify what each item was and the significance of each item.
Okay.
if any.
And what was your purpose in doing that?
At that point, we were just following whatever leads were coming in. We had received that property, and we were trying to identify what it was, determine how it was relevant, and also establish a timeline for the last known whereabouts of Evelyn Boswell.
And did the defendant freely and voluntarily go through that box with you?
Yes.
Okay, give me just 1 second. Your Honor, may we approach?
Wait, who's Hyatt? Whose last name is Hyatt? Who I missed the comment above apparently. Let me scroll up and see if I can find that. Well, I don't think that, we know that she had a memory box, one outfit hanging in the closet, and a cup that she said it was a sippy cup, but it wasn't. I don't know if that actually, I think she's definitely staying there, but I don't think that they considered her living there. Then she goes and stays with her deceased friend's mom. She goes and stays with, or she calls the ex of Caleb's mom and says, "Hey, I have nowhere to go." Oh, okay. I got you.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we go with the officer. One stand, please.
Hi, Shmida. Okay, so anybody wants to we have a Megan Boswell trial chat where we kind of hang out and talk, and those who are skipping ahead of us will sometimes do some spoilers in there. But this is the link. It should work to get you into the Megan Boswell chat. Let me know if it doesn't, and I'll try to figure out a different way. My Shmida, 24 months. Hot damn, girl. Okay, we're on another break. Probably to figure out the tech issue again. Is that where we're at? Deep sigh. Okay. So I did bring up Hunter's brother, Tanner. You guys have heard a little bit about him. And she's like, I don't know if you guys know, but Tanner's real name is Austin. And it was Tanner's car, the BMW. So he died of a drug overdose in 2023. So Tanner Wood, he was 30 years old. He died on Easter Sunday. Hey, Scales of Injustice. So I don't know if that was out there, or I don't know how common knowledge that is, but so he's the one who had the BMW that Hunter supposedly let Angela and William use, which is still just weird because remember, Megan had said that her car got repoed, so then she was using Hunter's car. So like did she give her mom Hunter's car? Because it was supposedly really Hunter's brother, but Hunter was, I don't know, there's something weird about that whole car situation too, and who actually gave the car to Angela and William to even drive. I don't know. But just talking about, we were talking earlier on the previous break about the drugs and the generational, trauma of these families. So, all right, let's see. And then somebody posted in the group too that apparently Megan, she gave Angela Hunter's car, then reported it stolen. Savage. I think so. They haven't really disclosed exactly how that all transpired, but the gray BMW was in Tanner's name, but they always referred to it as Hunter's car. And then Angela and William were driving it to North Carolina. No way! My niece went to prom with Tanner Wood. Aww. Didn't last long. Rough family. Interesting. All right, let me grab these photos. Tanner has he's survived by his father, Randy Wood, his mother, Melissa Wood, his brother, Hunter Wood, his niece is Brinley, which is Hunter's daughter, his grandfather, Truman Light, his aunts, Lisa Darnell and Debbie Wood, Uncle Bill Wood, and cousins Will Wood. Aw. Bill Wood and Will Wood, Joseph Wood, Mary Jo Howell, and Mackenzie McLaughlin. So I don't see his sister on here. I only knew of the two boys, but I didn't dig into that much further. I only knew the two brothers and the mom and dad's names. Oh, Glenda. Oh my gosh. So dumb. I can't believe I didn't get it. I didn't get it. I can't believe I didn't get that. I am slipping. You got me, Glenda. You got me. Damn it. Shit. That was so good. That was so good and so sly. It was just in there. Where's Sleuthie when you need her? Freaking Glenda, that was awesome. That's two. You're on a roll today. That was so bad. That's so bad. Oh shit! I can't believe I didn't get it. That's even worse. That just totally went right over my head. I'm like, what? Huh? What? No, I don't think there's any. Dumb. Oh. You woke up the baby with your cackle. It went right over my head. I am slipping. According to Tennessee law, there is no specific duration requirement to be considered a primary resident, meaning you don't need to live in a house for a set amount of time. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, so she's going to say she lived there, but they're going to be like, nah, she was just here banging my son. I was just searching for a sister. I didn't even pay attention to the name. All I saw was that there was a sister, and I was like, I don't think so. And then I went back and read the full comment. Oh, that's so fucking funny. You gotta watch out for Glenda. Oh shit! So somebody said that Megan was flipping off her dad while he was on the stand. They don't have one. They didn't send a picture of Megan and with her dad on like on the stand where you can see them both. So I mean, I'm going to take the person who sent it. I trust. So, but it's interesting. So here's Megan. She's definitely, this is like Letitia Stout right here, flipping off the witnesses. Bad Megan, I know. This is brought to the judge's attention, which I'm surprised it actually wasn't for, his assistant who's supposed to be watching the stream. So I don't know who she's flipping off here. The camera, her dad still, as he's walking by. That is absolutely, yeah, absolutely she is flipping him off. This one's like, oh, I'm just going to do it. I'm going to be pushing my glasses up. Don't mind me. She's done that with the glasses a few times. This one is... Carly, you did not. Did you really? If you get your mail at a residence, that is your permanent home. Well, does she get her mail at that residence, though? I mean, she also said that her dad kicked her out of the trailer, and I don't remember him testifying to the fact that she got kicked out of the trailer. She had just moved in there right at the end of October, and then all of a sudden, by the beginning of December, she no longer lives there. Yeah. We got to play down in the gutter. Yeah, that's right. That's the squatter shit. She's all, yes, I can hear that, Carla. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I did flip off a witness in court. She does a sly flip off as well as she lies. Not very good. Not very good. Yeah, he gets the squatter's rights. Glenda, I don't know if I trust you. I feel like this is like a riddle that I don't know if I should try to answer, or if you've got something else already in mind for the answer. I got trust issues now here. Why was the foster home stay needed? But like I don't know where we're going with that, and I feel like I'm gonna answer the wrong way. It was the baby's mom, and I just didn't care who saw it. Hey. The gutter. That's why I'm here instead of live. How a drug overdose, Christy? She's like, this time I'm serious. It's reported and testified to that she was put into foster care for extreme truancy, and that so the state came and took her because they weren't making her go to school. And then her dad, Tommy Sr., blamed it on Angela. So baby's mom, Casey Anthony, Megan Boswell, all the same people. Yeah. But not the baby's mom and Casey. Yeah, nasty people. Baby's mom's the same. Yeah, so I could just see that, like, his dad, like, so Hunter's dad, like, you're not gonna, I already lost one son. You're not gonna take another one of my sons. I could see like why he was so like, I don't really trust the guy. I don't want to say like I really trusted what he said on the stand, because I don't. But I also understand like I'm his dad, and you guys have just fucked up our lives royally over the last 5 years, or at least he believes they have. And you're not going to take my other son, so I put him in a mental institution. So we were talking earlier about the timing of when Hunter went to that mental institution being a couple of months ago. And if you guys remember when we went through like trial review, they were originally going to do this. I've never even really heard of it, but they were going to do jury selection back in December, and then the trial starting February 3rd. They decided against that, which is logical in my opinion, to not let them go and get swayed by a month worth of media reports leading up to the trial. And that's when they said, no, we're just going to sequester them during trial, and it won't be a big deal. We'll just do jury selection right before the trial. But they were going to do it back in December. So let's just say like that's when they thought like, okay, trial's going to be starting in December with jury selection. Let's get him put away. You know, let's get him out of the picture. He's obviously got issues. I mean, there's just no doubt that that kid has issues. You know, but and I think Indiana Girl actually brought it up earlier too. You know, stress doesn't cause schizophrenia, but can it, you know, kind of speed up the onset of it? And he's at the right age, unfortunately. Like that's an age where schizophrenia can come about, or it could just be like major drug use. I don't know. I don't know enough about Hunter to be able to say what the heck is actually wrong with that cat. Jury card sent November 21st for December 9th, and they went and then came back this week. Oh, they did go back in December, and then they did, and then they picked like 1,500 of them or whatever it was. It was like an obscene amount of potential jurors. Or is that just when they gave them the what do you call it, jury questionnaire? Could her stepdaddy be the baby daddy, and that's why she went to foster care? Honestly, I don't know. But if they have that answer, the only thing I'm thinking is if the defense knew that, why they didn't essentially call Tommy Sr. out on the stand about him saying that it was truancy. If there's another reason behind it, if they actually know why. I think that Dad is protecting Hunter. He seemed to belittle their relationship and seemed disgusted with Megan as Hunter's girlfriend. She stayed at their house. Well, I think he is disgusted with her because I think he believes she killed her baby. So, and then now and wrecked his son's life, and he's probably wishing he'd never hired her. I think maybe she was living with Tommy's mom and she simply couldn't handle her, and Tommy couldn't either and just called or something. Oh, maybe. Hey, Mar. It was 140. Well, they said like thousands when they were reporting on the jury selection. They were saying like thousands. It's yeah, 20s. Yeah, mid 20s. Well, I don't know, because that would be he would have been 25 when all this was going down, and he seems to have gone downhill pretty quickly. Let me see if I can find his I don't know if I'm logged in on it here. Shit, I'm not logged in on the computer. Let me find it on my phone. Yeah, and that's why I'm like, maybe Dad, because like I was saying, every time he's in legal trouble, like there's like an attorney right there. Not to say I have an issue with that, because everybody should get an attorney right away, including stupid Megan, who would have not been caught in all these lies. Well, I'm looking something up on my phone. See if I can find it. Maybe he's had a diagnosis for a while, but this is 2 months ago. Wouldn't he have snapped 5 years ago? So I'm not by any means any type of expert on it. I do know, long story short, I have a brother who I didn't know I had. And when I found him, I actually found his daughter. He had passed away due to having schizophrenia and killing himself. and he'd had schizophrenia for quite a long time and had been in and out of mental institutions. So that's, I mean, the extent I know is based off of what that side of that family has told me. I don't think I can find it. Maybe this is it. No, that's not it. No, I can't find it. I used to know it, but I was going to show some of Hunter's photos from his Instagram, but I don't have them now. Let me see. Dad said the Hunter wasn't the owner, not even manager duties. Hunter said to the reporter it was his chicken place. He was the owner. His LinkedIn says he's the owner. His LinkedIn says he's the owner of the chicken place. I mean, and everybody that I've chatted with in any of the Facebook groups through the years always said that he was a part owner, and that they thought that his dad essentially gave it to him. Oh, thank you. I never met him, so I mean it's very, very sad. But I mean I never met him, so I feel worse for my niece that I never knew existed, who lost her dad when she was just a baby, and then didn't even know his family. You know, I feel worse for her than I do for anybody else. He went into a hospital 2 months ago, not 5 years ago. Well, I don't know how many times he's been in and out, is what I'm saying. I guess that was kind of my point to the story, is we don't know what has been happening over those 5 years, because like I said, he's been in trouble with the law many, many times. And I have no idea how many times he's been in and out of a hospital. All I'm saying is he absolutely could have been in and out. No, I'm not saying that he was. I have no idea. They changed the name of the chicken place long ago. What is it now? It's not Hunter T's Chicken Shack? I gotta do my kindling and wood chores for the day. Sun's out and need my exercise. Have fun, everyone. Keep up the wicked humor. Auntie, I have a half sister I found when I was in my 30s. Do you guys get along? Do you guys talk? He could be, or he could literally just be thinking he believes his son. Leave my son alone. I'm the dad. I'm gonna protect him. He's not well in life, so leave him alone. And even if he was involved, dad might not want to believe anything like that. So it's easier to blame, big bad mean defense attorney for blaming him. Oh, that's nice, Susie Kyo. At least you got to have a relationship with her. It was very interesting though, with my brother when I finally got to talk to my niece, who's much older now. Obviously, So my mom had 2 children with her first husband, and then she had 2 children with her second husband. So and I'm the baby of those 4. Well, my dad had a kid when he was much, much younger, so he would have been older than my brother that's with the same dad, if that makes sense. So because I have technically half brother and sister, I don't call them that, but that's what they are. So with my full brother, when my niece, my new niece sent me photos of her dad from when he was young, he looked just like my brother. I mean, creepy standard. You'd think that they were twins. They were so similar. So similar. I was like, that's crazy. I only found her because of Ancestry DNA. She had done a DNA test, and I had done a DNA test, and it came out that she was related to me. And I was like, all right, let me figure this out. How the hell am I related to you? Who are you? I don't know you at all. You are some random name of a person that I've never heard of in my family tree. And I've done family tree my whole life with my mom and her mom and her aunt. So my great aunt, my grandma, we've always done family trees. And I'm like, I don't know this name. Like, who's you coming in here saying that we're related, Ancestry? And so there you go. There you have it. My daughter just found out she has a sister that even her father wasn't aware of. See? I don't even have to be live T, and I have one brain. When the dude said I think and they solved it, in my head I'm like, dude, you're an attorney. And T said it out loud. Yeah, you don't even have to be at the same point. We got it. Went to Smokey's Barbecue, then shut down. Oh, so he doesn't even own it anymore? I thought he just changed. I thought you were saying he changed the name of it. So like Randy Wood doesn't even own that place anymore? It's just gone? I don't think foster care existed when I was little. They just told me that if I didn't go to school, my grandmother would go to jail. That was us. If we didn't go to school, our parents would go to jail. It's for sale currently. So did Randy Wood change it to a barbecue place, or did he sell it and somebody made it a barbecue place? Nope. Let me see. Each generation gets more and more open. Adoption was hidden. Women lie about who dads are. Young pregnancy and grandparents will raise baby as their own. So many reasons. So so the brother that I didn't know about was my dad's son, who he didn't know was his son necessarily. She tried to say it was his son. He didn't believe her or whatnot. I don't really know the whole story. Obviously, he was young. I think that's even before he went to the police academy. But the woman, so it would be my niece's grandma, my brother's mom, said he absolutely did know, and so doesn't want my niece to really have anything to do with us because we're terrible people because of my dad not taking care of his son. But I don't really know. I don't know. Different time, different age. It is what it is. My DNA showed up. I had an aunt I didn't know. Looked her up, and she died last year at 100 years old. Hot diggity damn. They tried to change the name in the menu, then went out of business, I'm pretty sure, but that's hearsay. I know for a fact it's currently for sale. But Randy is the one who tried to make it a barbecue place instead. I think they should have stuck with the chicken. Right, I think they only have like a half hour to an hour left of court today. So it's a super long break. Barbecue is awesome, but you got to have the right people that know what they're doing with it. Otherwise barbecue is gross. If you don't get good barbecue. No, I thought the break was for the technical side of them going to show this interview with Dimples and Megan. Wait, what, Glenda? Billy Corgan and Bill Burr and Woody Harrelson and Matthew McConaughey being brothers from other mothers. Are you saying those are all related? Are you saying all four of them are related, or those two and then those two? I have not seen anything about that. That's would be crazy. Are you saying Matthew McConaughey and Woody Harrelson have the same dad? This is how we get off on tangents. They take these way too long of breaks, and then we end up just talking about barbecue and genetics and genealogy. Too many barbecue places, and they had no shot. Yeah, that's stupid. They should have stuck with the chicken. Man, chicken places are taking over the world right now. We have so many freaking chicken fast food restaurants. I'm like, come on, you guys. And then they all like congregate together. They're like all across the street from each other. I'm like, geez. We got Raising Cane's. We got, what is that one that's spicy one that's like a big chain now? Shit, what is that one called? Chick-fil-A, Kentucky Fried Chicken. They're like all right next door to each other too. Howie Mandel ambushed the Bills on his podcast. 2 sets of probable brothers. There's no way that Matthew McConaughey and Woody Harrelson have the same dad. I mean, I guess there's a way that Woody Harrelson. So, I mean, I know a lot about Woody Harrelson's dad only because of the fact that I studied a lot, or I did with my dad. We studied a ton of JFK, and Woody Harrelson's dad is said to be one of the tramps on the train, and then he ended up going to prison for killing a judge. But does Matthew McConaughey not know who his dad is? They're back. They're not back on here yet.
Are you able to?
Oh, here we go. They're back. Why was I not playing it?
To open that.
So I could fast forward?
A second. It should be on the far right on that table.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Mister, what's
I'm going to ask for you to open that back up. Should be brochures from Blowing Rock.
I'm going to have to look into that. That's crazy.
Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. If you could look into those brochures and see if you anything that indicates a date.
Joe, I could totally see you doing that. I could totally see you doing that.
Receipt here.
Okay.
The date indicated is January the 19th, 2020.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. That's all I need from that. Thank you. I'm going to ask if you can open that up and see if you can identify it.
Yes, this is like a memory book that says "Hello, Baby" on the front, and it appears to have an ultrasound.
And where was that found?
It was with the defendant's belongings.
Okay. At what location?
Hunter's residence.
Okay. Okay. We will ask to be moving that as exhibit number 192.
Any objection?
No objection for our agreement. That's great.
Equal exhibit 192.
And what I'm going to do right now is just ask for you to, Your Honor, may we publish this to the jury, just the front of the book? Okay. You could just hold up the front of the book so the jury can see the front of the book, please. Okay. Thank you. And we briefly talked before the break. Is that the book that we were discussing in regards to that interview?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, you can pass that back to the clerk. At some point, did the defendant tell you someone other than Ethan allegedly had Evelyn?
She did, yes.
And who did she allege had Evelyn?
After a period of time, the defendant told us that her mother, in fact, had Evelyn Boswell.
Okay, is that? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Her mother's name is Angela Boswell,
okay.
Also referred to as Angel from time to time.
And were you able to locate Angela Boswell?
Yes, she was located.
And where was she located?
In Wilkes County, North Carolina.
Okay. Was she with anyone?
She was with a man named William McLeod.
Okay. Did Angela have Evelyn?
No, she did not.
Okay. At this point in the investigation, had anything led you to believe that Angela had Evelyn at any point?
No.
Okay. Did you yourself end up going to North Carolina?
Yes, I did.
And why?
To interview Angela Boswell and William McLeod.
Okay. Moving forward a few days, do you remember meeting with Megan Boswell again on February 23rd, 2020?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Who was present for that interview?
Sorry, or now Lieutenant Matt Price.
Okay. Where did that interview take place?
At the sheriff's office.
Okay. Is that located in Sullivan County, Tennessee?
Yes, it is.
What was the purpose of that interview?
At that point, we were still speaking with the defendant, trying to get as much information as we could regarding the investigation.
Okay. Had you started developing a timeline at any point?
Yes, that's one thing that we worked on throughout this investigation that is important when you're looking for a missing person to determine their last known whereabouts.
Okay. And were you continually working in and out of the sheriff's department during this time?
Yes.
Did you have a scheduled interview with the defendant on February 25th of 2020?
No, we did not.
Okay. Did you see the defendant that day?
Yes, she showed up at the sheriff's office.
Okay. And is that located in Sullivan County?
It is, yes.
Okay. Did the defendant tell you why she showed up that day?
Initially, or throughout talking with her, she gave a couple of different reasons.
Okay. What did she say?
She was concerned about having her body spray returned to her. She was talking about forming a search party to go to an area she kept referring to as Mendota. And she was asking about whether she would be, or whether there would be any issues with tampering with evidence.
Okay. Did she specify why she was concerned about tampering with evidence?
The defendant told us that someone had told her that she might get arrested for tampering with evidence.
Okay. Had law enforcement heard about Mendota?
Yes, Mendota had been brought up a few times as a possible place to search.
Okay. Did the defendant at this time show you any concern for Evelyn?
She did not.
Do you recall speaking with her in a different manner to try to get her to give you more information about where Evelyn might be?
I just want to confirm really quick, because he talked to her the 19th going into the early mornings hours of the 20th, but he's currently talking about the interview on the 21st. Am I right? I just want to make sure I'm right, because I think I'm right, but I'm not 100%.
I'm sorry, could you clarify that for me?
Did you give her any possible scenarios?
Yes, during the interview of that particular February 25th interview, we discussed with her, were there any other possibilities about the whereabouts of Evelyn? For example, was she aware that something happened and wasn't telling law enforcement?
Okay, what do you mean something happened? Can you describe further what you mean by that?
I was specifically asking her about whether Evelyn had any breathing issues, for example, whether she had stopped breathing at some point, and the defendant just didn't know what to do and hadn't yet reported that to law enforcement.
Okay. What made you decide to suggest this to her?
There were several reasons. Throughout the investigation, we were consulting with our forensic scientist in the lab, as well as the doctors at the William Jenkins Forensic Center about possibilities in child deaths. And some of the issues that had come up were positional asphyxiation.
Okay. You used the word positional asphyxiation. Is that a word you used with the defendant?
In the interview, I don't think I said those specific words.
Okay. Do you know what word or do you recall what specific words you used?
Specifically, I think I just was asking about whether the victim had stopped breathing.
Okay. So you asked her specifically if Evelyn might have stopped breathing. Were you suggesting an accident, or were you suggesting that it was, for lack of a better word, a homicide at this point?
You know, we were open to all types of theories at that point, but we did want to know whether an accident had occurred sometime in the past and she had done something and just not told us about it at that point.
When you discussed these things with her, did she continue to maintain nothing like that had happened?
She did. She denied that there was ever any breathing issues.
Okay. Did she maintain she told you everything?
Multiple times the defendant had told us that she had told us everything that she knew. Okay.
And do you recall that interview ending?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you recall where that interview took place within the building?
It took place in several parts of the building. At one point, we were upstairs in the sheriff's office, and another point, we had walked the defendant downstairs to essentially escort her out of the building.
Okay. So you walked her down yourself?
I believe now Lieutenant Price was with me.
Okay. When you got to the door, did you see anything outside?
Yes, at that time, the news media was just right outside the front door.
Okay. What did you do when you saw them?
We offered out of a courtesy to the defendants, do you want to go out another door so you don't have to face them?
Okay. And did you, in fact, walk her to a different door?
Yes, we walked her out a side door at the sheriff's office.
Okay. And did you see the defendant after that?
Yes.
What
yes,
did you
we
see? What did you see?
She had walked from that side door back to the front of the building and then gave an interview with the news.
And looking for Evelyn, how many times did law enforcement search that trailer park where the defendant was living with Evelyn?
I know multiple. I know I was there twice, and I know other law enforcement officers had gone in addition to that.
Anything ever found other than the stroller we've already talked about that was helpful to the investigation?
No.
Okay. Can you please tell us how many law enforcement agencies had been called in to help find Evelyn Boswell?
The specific number, I don't know. However, it was a large amount of law enforcement, essentially all of the TBI resources out of the Johnson City office, several from the Knoxville office. Many people from Nashville were helping. I know our aviation unit, several pilots assisted with a plane, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, all of Sullivan County Sheriff's Office, and probably every local agency in the greater East Tennessee area. The United States Marshal Service was involved at times. Our partner agency in North Carolina, the State Bureau of Investigation, assisted, along with the Wilkes County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. Was a tip line established in order to try to find Evelyn?
Yes, in scenarios like this, we use a tip line, the number being 1-800-TBI-5.
Okay. And do you know approximately how many tips came in during that time?
A couple of thousand.
Okay. How does a law enforcement agency determine which leads to follow?
At different times, especially early on in the investigation, we man the tip line with different agents, different analysts in Nashville are keeping eyes on every tip that go in. And we essentially use our experience and determine which tips that maybe we should look at first and try to prioritize them and continue to working them until we can close them and move on to others.
Okay. Are you confident that every credible lead was followed to the end?
Absolutely.
Okay. And were you given leads based on information that Megan Boswell gave you directly? Individuals to look at?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you mean.
Did you follow the leads based on information that Megan Boswell gave you?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what, like just one at a time, what was one of those leads that she gave you as to where Evelyn was?
So we got the initial story that Evelyn was with Ethan, and us and other law enforcement agencies and the Army CID essentially eliminated that lead.
Okay. Do you feel confident that you were able to eliminate Ethan as a suspect?
Yes.
Okay. What about Angela Boswell?
Same answer. Yes.
Okay. Did you investigate Angela Boswell?
Yes.
Did you investigate her boyfriend, Will McLeod?
Yes, we did.
Based on your investigation, were you able to confidently eliminate Angela Boswell and Will McLeod as suspects?
Connie, no, you haven't missed it. We still don't know. I don't think we're ever going to know because all those people have already testified and nobody can tell us a date, even though they have pictures.
Okay.
We have
I'm
no
going to
date.
rephrase the question, okay? Were you able to eliminate Angela Boswell and or Will McLeod, her boyfriend, as suspects in this case?
Yes.
Okay. What about Mendota?
Yes, that area was thoroughly searched by multiple law enforcement agencies, and we never found any bit of information or evidence that linked that area to Evelyn Boswell.
Can you briefly tell the jury what Megan Boswell had told you about Mendota?
The defendant kept referencing campgrounds in Mendota. I wasn't really sure what she meant at the time, but she kept bringing up, you should go to Mendota. And she just kept bringing it up.
Okay. Was Mendota investigated?
Thoroughly, yes.
Okay. Were you able to locate anything of importance to this investigation in Mendota and or at a campground in Mendota?
No, nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, the gloves in trials are always just for show. That's all they are.
Pass
They
your
are
document.
not following any type of actual protocol.
Ask if you can identify it.
Yes, I recognize this.
Okay. What is it?
This is an application for applying for a residence at Overlook Apartments.
Okay. And can you tell us why you looked at Overlook Apartments?
We were given information that the defendant had applied to live there with her boyfriend,
Okay. Her boyfriend.
Hunter Wood.
Okay. And is that something that was collected from Overlook Apartments?
Yes,
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what was collected from Overlook Apartments?
yes.
Okay. We'd ask that be.
This is funny. They applied for an apartment at Overlook Apartments, yet they're posting on social media pictures of that house under construction, remember? And they're like, this is going to be our new home. This is so ridiculous. Yeah, the arrest paper showed December 1st, the day the baby was killed, but I don't think so.
Go ahead, Joe.
Okay.
I'm checking with the prompt.
We would ask that be admitted as exhibit number 193.
Before exhibit 190.
And permission to publish.
Sue did not babysit on the 3rd. That's the day that Megan was asking Gail, Sue's sister, if she would babysit. And then we think that she babysat on the 4th or the 5th. And we think the lunch might have been the 6th. This is just in our own timeline we've been trying to put together. So I think she died somewhere, or, you know, even the lunch could have been on the 5th. I mean, I don't know. It's somewhere right in there. The 4th to the 6th. 4th, 5th, 6th, maybe. That's it. Y'all are gluttons for punishment. I can't handle not having dates. We don't know that for sure yet, answer. They haven't really told us that, but I think so. Yeah, December 5th, 6th is my guess. I'm going 4th to 6th right there. So, yeah. We know that she babysat her for at least one of the days. And that she did end up having the pack and play. But I don't know why we can't just get a date on that fucking photo. Like, it's the most ridiculous thing. Hopefully maybe somebody who maybe did an extraction of these phones can tell us a date. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. It's just dumb. I don't know why it says 12/1. It just does.
Okay. Oops. Okay, is this the application you were just talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when they were looking, or just to say, when were they looking to try to get an apartment at Overlook Apartments?
January the 4th, 2020.
Did you learn how many occupants that the defendant and Hunter Wood put on their application?
Yes, 3.
Okay. Did you talk to the defendant about who the third occupant was going to be?
Yes, I did.
Did the defendant say the third occupant was going to be Evelyn Boswell?
No.
Okay, go ahead, sorry.
The defendant told us that at that time she was pregnant, and the third occupant was for the unborn baby.
Okay.
What?
So then did you go one step further and ask her why Evelyn was not listed on that application?
Yes, yes, I did.
Okay, what did she say?
She told us it was not Evelyn because Hunter either would not or did not want Evelyn to live with him.
Okay.
What?
Was she able to explain where Evelyn was going to be living then, if not with her and Hunter?
No.
Jumping ahead to March 6, 2020. Do you recall being contacted by the defendant's father, Tommy Boswell?
Yes.
And without going into hearsay on what he told law enforcement, did law enforcement go to Tommy Boswell's property?
Yes, initially myself and Detective Haraz.
Okay. And is that located in Bluntville?
Yes, it is.
Do you remember the street name or address?
Muddy Creek at 539/543.
Okay. And is that located in Sullivan County?
Yes, it is.
What was the purpose of going there?
We were under the impression some of the defendant's property was at that location.
Okay. Do you recall what time you arrived at that location?
It was around 5:30 that evening or afternoon.
Okay. And did Tommy Boswell give law enforcement consent to search that day?
He did, yes.
Okay. If I could please have exhibits number 6, 8, 9. Well, 6 and then 8 through 12, please. Pass to the witness, please. Thank you. Sorry. Okay. First, if you could take a look at exhibit number 6. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I recognize
What
this.
is it?
This is a drawing or a sketch of the scene at 539, 543 Muddy Creek.
Okay. Is there a pointer device up there besides you?
There's a flash.
That's it. Okay. If you could pass the exhibits to me, we'll try to do it that way to make it quick.
What do you want to go back to, Brittany? What part? The application? So the application is for the Overlook Apartments, the 4th of January 2020, 3 residents, her and Hunter and their baby, that she's saying that she's pregnant with. So like she got pregnant the first week she was January 4th, 2020. I'm almost positive. Yeah, January 4th, 2020. Self-employed. It's got terrible handwriting. The most important thing that you missed, Chelsea, is happening right now. We're talking about it. Is this application? Other than that, no.
Give law enforcement consent to search that day.
He did, yes.
Okay. If I could please have exhibits number 6, 8, 9. Well, 6 and then 8 through 12, please.
The doctor's appointment still doesn't make sense because he's saying that the first week she was working there, the car got repoed from the parking lot.
Pass the witness, please.
So that still doesn't even make sense that she had to go to the doctor. She wasn't pregnant, quote unquote, yet, you know?
Okay. First, if you could take a look at exhibit number 6. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I recognize
Okay.
this.
What is it?
This is a drawing or a sketch of the scene at 539, 543 Muddy Creek.
Okay. Is there a pointer device up there besides you?
There's a flash.
That's it. Okay. If you could pass the exhibits to me, we'll try to do it that way to make it quicker. It's not a flashlight.
Sorry. Yeah, I thought it was a flashlight.
Okay. We'll try to make it quicker this way. These have already all come into evidence, so we'll just discuss each one. Is this a diagram of property as it was on March 6th of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Can you show the jury? Let me try to zoom in a little bit. Can you show the jury where you first searched?
Or you want me to point at that screen?
Yes. It should work. There you go.
Would have been in this area right here. It's excuse me. It is labeled as shed.
Okay. And did you search anywhere else on the property?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us where else you searched?
That building there that's labeled as Playhouse.
Okay. Now I see a box below that also appears to say shed. Do you see that?
I see that, yes.
What was that?
That was another outbuilding that was full of, I believe the business name is Tommy's Paving or something like that. And it was full of paving or asphalt related equipment.
Okay. All right. I'm going to show you next what's been marked as exhibit number 7. Is that the outbuilding that you were talking about a few moments ago?
Yes.
Okay. And exhibit number 8. Is that the outbuilding and the playhouse that you were talking about a few moments ago?
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit number 9. Can you tell us what that is?
That is a photograph of the outbuilding or shed where it shows either the defendants or some of Evelyn's belongings.
It's essentially the shed with the door open.
Correct.
Okay. Number 10. Is this what you're calling? Did you call it a playhouse?
That is correct.
Okay. Exhibit number 12. Is that just the playhouse with the door open?
Yes.
Had anything been disturbed at the time this photo had taken place?
No.
I think I might have gotten this over something. Okay. Okay. Were you present for the search of that shed / outbuilding?
Yes.
Okay. Were you also present for the search of the playhouse on the property?
Yes.
And were you aware of whose playhouse that was?
Yes. It was the playhouse of the defendant.
Okay. If I could please have shown exhibits number 13, 14, 16, and 17, or just if I could have this passed to me, please. 13, 14, 16, 17. Thank you. These have already been admitted into evidence. First, exhibit number 13. If it, okay, I just made it worse. There we go. Okay. Is that how the playhouse appeared as you looked inside?
Yes.
Had anything been moved yet?
No.
Anything you noticed at first glance about this space?
Yes. A lot of the area in the back of the playhouse was covered in dirt, dust, debris, spiderwebs, and there were several items just right inside the door that it appeared they were placed in the playhouse more recently.
Okay. And which is just a second. This photo, exhibit number 14, again, how does that appear to you upon first glance when you went to that scene?
That's just a better photograph showing all of the dirt, debris, other things on top of the belongings in there.
Okay. And then last, I'm going to show you exhibit number 17. Had anything been moved prior to this photograph being taken?
No.
Okay. And if you look closely, it's hard to tell. Can you see the black trash bag in this photo?
Yes.
Okay. And again, were you present when the trash bag was removed?
Yes.
Okay. Is this trash bag the way it appeared prior to law enforcement taking it out of the trash can?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna hold on to 17 for just a second. So you stated, I'll put this one back up for just a second. You just stated that a few items appeared out of place. Can you tell the jury or use your pointer on which items you are talking about?
These trash bags
Okay.
right here
Mm-hmm.
and this trash can.
Okay. And can you tell the jury why did those appear out of place to you?
'Cause they weren't covered with any dirt or dust or spider webs.
Okay. So based upon that, did law enforcement make the decision to look closer at some of the items in the playhouse?
Yes.
And which items were looked at closer?
The trash can and the trash bags.
Okay. And who in particular went to take a look at the trash can?
Agent Fraley.
Okay. Is that Brian Fraley with the TBI?
That's correct.
And did you witness Agent Fraley do this?
Yes.
What did you, we're going to do this kind of in steps. What did you see Agent Fraley do first?
Just reach in for the trash can.
Okay. And does he pull anything out of the trash can at some point?
Yes.
What does he pull out?
Initially, the bags that were on top.
Okay. And did you notice anything at the time that he pulled the bag on top?
Yes.
What did you notice?
A couple of things. There was some, it looked like flesh in a sort of this part of either an elbow and an arm or the part of a knee and a leg, and noticed immediately the smell of human decomposition.
Okay. Did you notice that smell prior to that trash bag being removed?
No.
Okay. And again, in looking at this photo, actually, I'll pass that back up. If I could please have number 18 and 19 and 42, please. Okay, this has been previously admitted. With this photo, is that what you were just referencing a few moments ago?
Yes.
Is that before or after the black trash bag was removed?
This photo would have been taken after.
Okay. So now, did you think that was a baby's leg?
Initially, when I first saw it, I really thought that it might have been a baby doll. It looked like an antique, kind of a flesh color, and it was, it's hard to describe the look of the skin, but it almost did not look real. It had like a shine to it. And as you can tell, it's at least getting dark at this point. We're in the evening, in the wintertime, and we're shining flashlights on it. So I specifically remember that it had like just kind of a shine to it. And initially I thought, is that a baby doll?
Okay. And you said it was dark when you were doing this?
Yes.
Okay. Did you determine that it was not a baby doll?
It was immediately apparent.
Okay. And at that point, what did law enforcement decide to do?
We sort of paused at that point and decided we needed to call some other people in. We made a decision on who was going to perform that search and how it was going to be performed.
Okay. And who did you call in?
We called the forensic center. We would have been calling various supervisors for the relative agencies that were on site.
Okay. And did you remove any items from the playhouse once those individuals arrived?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you remove?
The trash can and the trash bags.
Okay. Let's see. If I could see 42. Did I already ask for that one? I'm sorry. And I'm going to be asking for 22 through 27 in a second, if that helps. Okay. So I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 42. Now, are these items still inside or are they outside the playhouse at this point? Can you tell? Or do I need to?
Could I? It might help about there. That helps a little bit.
Sorry, guys. It's a little dark on the screen. Would
It
you like
is.
to see the exhibit
Yes,
instead of
that
the
would
photograph
help.
itself?
That's much better.
Are you able to tell if that is inside or outside the playhouse?
It's just outside the playhouse on a like a perch or a porch area.
Okay. I could have that pass back for just a moment. Okay. And at this point, is Evelyn's body still inside that trash can?
Yes.
Okay. Did law enforcement start the process of removing Evelyn from the trash can?
Yes, we did.
Did that take place there? Or did it take place at the forensic center?
Removing the items in the trash can.
Yes.
It took place there on scene.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 22. Is this the start of that process?
Yes.
Can you please use your pointer and show us where Evelyn's head would be located in this photograph?
It's pointing it the wrong way. It would be down in this area.
Okay. So essentially she was head down in the trash bag. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah, click right.
Sustain. You can rephrase.
Okay. Was Evelyn in this trash bag?
Yes.
Okay. Where was Evelyn's head?
Are you wanting me to point or no? In this area.
Okay. Can you tell me? Well, that's all I need. Okay. Okay. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What is it?
This is a continuation of the photographs that were being taken at the time I was taking the photographs.
Okay.
And you can see the continued process of removing the contents from the trash can.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of how that looked on that date?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 194. Permission to publish. Can you tell the jury in particular what you noticed about the trash bag here, if anything?
Yes, this is a really good representation to show how the bag was packed down in the can. As you can see, essentially the outline of the can The bag has maintained the shape when being pulled out of the can.
Okay. This has already been previously admitted as number 24. Can you tell us what we are looking at here?
This is a continued photograph in the process of removing the items from the bag.
Okay. Is Evelyn in that bag?
Yes.
Can you tell us where her head is located?
Do you want me to use the pointer?
Yes, please.
It would be down in this area here.
Can you tell me what's depicted in this photograph?
This is the body of Evelyn Boswell.
Okay. And can you tell us what we're looking at here? Using the pointer if you need to.
Could you be more specific?
What are we looking at?
Okay. So again, the body is inside of these contents or this blanket. Right here is a blanket. It's grayish, and you can really start to see it's a little difficult to see on the screen with what it's doing with the colors, but right in this area, you're beginning to see the outfit that Evelyn has on. And in addition to that, you're beginning to see the shape of the head of Evelyn right here. And this is aluminum foil that is formed around the victim's head.
Previously marked exhibit number 26. Can you tell the jury what we are seeing here?
This is a photograph of the trash bag after Evelyn's body was removed from the trash bag.
Okay. Again, can you tell the jury what we're looking at here?
Here's the pointer.
Mm-hmm.
This picture, you can see again, the victim is lying here, this being the shape of the head. This is the trash bag. She had just been removed. And at the bottom of the bag were trash contents.
Okay. So what was anything else in that bag that had been removed?
I'm not sure what you mean.
You've got a bag there full of food debris. Had anything else? Was anything else located in that bag other than that food debris?
Along with things that were already removed.
What else had been removed?
The blanket with the body and the aluminum foil.
Okay. So Evelyn's body was in that bag.
Yes.
Okay. Please, 34 and 40.
He said, I'm confused by what you mean. I'm thinking we're all so confused by all of her questions. So yeah, we're right there with you, Dimples.
Okay. I'll show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 34. Can you tell the jury what they are seeing here?
Yes, you can really start to see the outline of the body at this point, the body of Evelyn, which right here is the head with the blanket formed to the head. This is the outfit. That is Evelyn's hand, and this is a blanket that is wrapped around Evelyn.
Okay, can you tell us where Evelyn's face is located?
Be right in this area.
Okay. And I'm going to show you one more, previously marked as exhibit number 40. Can you tell the jury what they are looking at here?
Yes, here I was focusing in on the trash can, specifically for this item, which was a piece of gum that was stuck to the side of the trash can.
And was that collected?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. After Evelyn's body had been taken out, what was done with the foil, if anything?
The foil was collected and ultimately sent to the TBI lab, initially in Knoxville, and later on it was sent to our lab in Nashville.
Okay. Okay. Ask if you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph taken later at the Knoxville lab of the aluminum foil that was collected.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the foil that was collected from the body of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 195. And permission to publish. Okay. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at here?
Yes, this is different sheets of aluminum foil. They were stretched out as best that I could without damaging them, and I stretched them out onto a large table at the Knoxville lab and photographed them.
I'm going to pause that real quick. That's a lot of aluminum foil. That's a lot more than I actually thought. This has got to be the piece that was around her head. It's all formed, and you can see, like, remember how I showed you guys it was like all sticking out, like crumpled up and sticking out. Connie's probably going to get a good picture of that. All right.
And were those also collected as evidence?
Yes, they were collected that night, and at the time they were at the Knoxville lab, and I believe shortly after that were sent to the Nashville lab.
After Evelyn's body was processed there at Muddy Creek, where did her body go?
It was taken to the forensic center in Johnson City.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that?
For Dr. Schmidt to complete an autopsy.
Okay. Did you ever receive confirmation that the remains found in the playhouse were those of missing baby Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I don't know if this is a good place to stop. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we've reached the point where we're going to stop for today.
I hope they're stopping for the day. We're almost caught up with the live anyway. Let's do
I
that.
want to admonish you not to communicate with other viewers or anyone else regarding any subject connected with this live.
They did. One person said she had foil, like a ball of foil in her mouth. Yeah, Fluffy. No, that's definitely not trash. Yeah, that theory's done. I don't know how. I don't even know if they could get fingerprints off of it. I mean, I guess maybe they could off of some of the edges, but like this, they finally literally just started to get to a point where like we're getting somewhere with information, and it's like I think that's a good time to stop for the day. We're finally just starting to learn something, and now you want to stop for the day? I don't know what the baby was. I mean, it was cold. It was December in Tennessee, December, January, February. So if you think she would have gone missing around the 5th of December, and she's found around the 6th of March, or not around, she was found on the 6th of March. Man, it is cold. I don't know. We're gonna have to listen for like the ME forensic pathologist to kind of describe like the which is terrible, but the state of her remains. All we've seen is the little leg, the little leggy. That's all they've actually really shown when it comes to her body, the actual remains. So I know we'll see. I mean, it should be, but it's cold, and I know that the cold will slow down the decomposition. I'm like, we were just getting somewhere, and then it's done. I'm looking it up. Send you site and screenshot of site. Okay, so I did find a screenshot. I shared it in the Facebook chat. It's from Tommy Boswell Sr.'s Facebook, but it was his girlfriend at the time, now his wife / soon to be ex-wife, who posted it on his Facebook page. It says, Maggie chose to move in with Hunter in his dad's basement. So Tommy told her, if you're not going to stay there, then I'm going to rent it to someone. So she willingly left. He did not kick her out. Megan is a messy person. That's nothing unusual. Also, he gave $20,000 almost for her red car, and she on her own took a lien on the car by herself. And she didn't have to do that because he paid her bills and gave her money. There was no reason for her to do that. He would never let Evelyn or Maggie be homeless. So that's according to Ashley, Tommy Boswell's significant other, soon to be ex. So I don't know. I don't have the answers to all of that, but that's just an interesting piece that they say she took out a lien on the car. I maybe I need to go back and listen to Tommy Boswell Sr. again, and if he gives any indication on when he saw her backed up to that playhouse shed. I believe that Tommy wouldn't have put them out. I feel like he did everything he could to make sure they had somewhere to be. I absolutely believe that. Foil can effectively seal in cold temperatures, hence why it's good for freezing purposes. Maybe it helps slow decomposition. That's another good point, too. I don't think her legs were wrapped in the foil, though. He did not remember dates, I know, but did he say anything about, like, that would resemble anything close to a date? I know it sounds terrible, but it's like, all we know is that's the day that his son had a seizure. And so he was driving by. And then I still don't have a date on when she posted the car for sale. I don't know if the animals could get into that playhouse. It was sealed up. I don't know if wildlife could really get in there besides rats, mice and rats. I don't know. So I'll have to do some more looking if we can find anything where, because all these people that are, in the family and, friends of this family, they were posting all over social media this entire time. So it's like there's stuff that's out there that I probably don't have. And maybe he posted something about the son having a seizure around that time, and I just don't have that I don't have that screenshot. So it doesn't mean that it's not out there somewhere. We just probably have to find it. So the thing about the car is still kind of up in the air, and obviously the date that he saw her back then. Let me see what you guys are saying here. Wonder what did she spend the car money on, not the babysitters. Well, it's also weird because like she went on a trip with her dad. Remember, I mean, he testified they went on a trip together too, so he probably would have paid for most of that. Unfortunately, no time from him, but they should be able to get those. But damn, the date thing is insane. I don't know how they don't confirm any dates of anything. Like, isn't that what the investigation is supposed to do? It's like, okay, this person says they went to Chili's with her for lunch, and is the last time she saw Evelyn. Let's go to Chili's and see if they have anything, that we can use for that. Or, hey, we've already gotten warrants for all of her stuff. How about cell phone data? What date did her phone ping at the fucking Chili's? You know what I mean? Like, it's like, there's got to be things that are being done that would show. You have 2 photos from Aunt Sue. There's 2 photos that we know of. Those photos have dates. Like, it's not 1940. I mean, like, they have a date on them. There's a date attached to it. It's just not that hard. They have not said that she was or was not pregnant with Hunter's kid. She said she was pregnant with Hunter's kid. The captain came out and made the whole spiel about the fact that she was booked in, and then the same number of pregnant inmates were still booked in. Like, essentially saying she was not pregnant, but he could not tell us that due to HIPAA. So let's make it really hard to not know dates. No, Susie Q, it really didn't. It just really kind of pinpointed on the fact that she was a liar, and I'm all the way down to the fact that she told officers that Ethan Perry was the baby daddy, and he was not, and that they were going to tell us that. She lied. She told that investigator that they put 3 on there because she was pregnant. I mean, dumb on her part. She could have been like, yeah, we put 3 on there because I'm getting Evelyn back. This is why she's not a good liar. She's not a good liar. She could have used that for an out, and she didn't. All right, you guys, we're back. I don't know, I feel like it was like a waste of an entire day's worth of testimony until like the last 15 minutes. It was like we finally started to get into something that actually was going to lead us somewhere. Who knows where? Not to a date though. It was never going to lead us to a date. So don't get your hopes up. I'm telling myself that, really. The temperatures did get up to 60 on some of those days. I'm wondering if the forensics and the autopsy don't tell us much. Well, the Emmy testified at that pretrial hearing, and she had a lot to say. So, I don't remember all the details of what she said, except for that she was alive, put in there, face down, and died from asphyxiation. I don't remember all the other details to it. Somebody who watched it more recently than me might know. But it was nice spending the day with you guys and hanging out. At least that's a good Saturday. Yeah, I agree. So it is 4:30. The court kept to the day schedule. Yeah, but a little bit earlier, because she was like at 1:12. She's like, I think this is a good stopping point. I'm like, okay. The pre-trial video it's actually on Facebook. I will share the Facebook link. Where the best audio I found. The audio is terrible. Let me see if I can find it. I'll find it and put it. I'll find it and share it. I don't know if I can find it right this second. Let me see. I had dropped it in that other chat when we did the trial review. No, that's not it. No. It's much harder to try to find it now that we have all the trial stuff actually happening than it was beforehand. The date of if you want to look, it's the date of it is from September 22nd, 2022. It's the September 2022 hearing where she testified.
Today we're going to talk.
There's just so much on Facebook now, but the best audio of it I found, because it's in a news article, and that audio was terrible. We were going to try to play it, and it was so bad. And then I was going to do it the next day, but then they ended up picking their jury, so we didn't actually have a chance to go through and listen to it. The best one I found is from the news station, and I want to say it's WJHL or WBIC. I don't remember which one, but they posted it on Facebook, and that had the better audio. So if you want to dig around and find that, otherwise I will look for it, so I have the link when we next time we chat. Because I was going to download it and fix the audio so we could watch it together, but they ended up starting trial. Hey, that's hip hop. I don't know they can get to first degree, but manslaughter at least, plus lying 20 times. Yeah. It's the September 2022 hearing. So just look for that. I could not find a good one on YouTube to save my life. Somebody did say that Michelle Walks has it on her channel with commentary. So maybe, I think I shared that link too. Michelle Walks from September 2022. Is that the right date of the hearing, you guys? Am I lying? My confidence level is not very good right now on that date, because now I feel like I don't know dates. Like, this trial has made it so I don't understand a calendar anymore. But it's on her, Glenda, I don't think it's on her Michelle After Dark channel, though. I think it's only on her Michelle Walks channel. Yeah, dates don't matter. I think I'm correct, but I'm like, shit, I don't know anymore. I don't know. I don't even know. All right, you guys. So we'll be back Monday morning, same time, 8:30 my time, 9:30 Mountain, 10:30 Central, 11:30 Eastern, and we'll start behind again and get caught up. We've been able to catch up every single day so far, sometimes to our own detriment, but it is what it is. But thank you guys for being here. Like I always tell you, I know you guys have 1,000 other places you could be watching this trial, and you guys are choosing to watch it with me. And I can't thank you enough for that, because I love hanging out with you guys. Even if I have to get up early on my only day of the week I get to sleep in, I still did it. So thank you guys for being here. I appreciate each and every one of you. Go enjoy your weekend, and I will see you guys on Monday morning.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Down the rabbit hole. Where it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown.